Hello, am I audible? Can somebody confirm if I'm audible?
Yes.
Dr. Ashish, I'm able to see you.
Uh,
Yeah, but your audio is not coming through, I think. I'm not hearing a contiguous voice.
yeah. Is it audible now? Am I audible? Yeah, am I
Uh,
audible?
Dr. Ashish, I'm able to see you.
Sure. Are you hearing me as hello?
Yeah, but your audio is not coming through, I think. I'm not hearing a contiguous voice.
Am I audible?
Yeah, is it audible?
Am I audible? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not. Dr. Ashish, I'm able to see you. Sure.
Are you hearing me as Can someone hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
your audio is not coming.
There's just a slight network lag, I guess, but the mic is working.
Yeah, correct. I'm able to hear, but there's a lag in the network. I see Merlin as well. Merlin is logged in.
Hello, sir. Hi.
Yeah, your voice is coming through.
Okay.
Thank you. Samir, are you in?
Sir, I wanted to check with you. How am I going to share my screen? I do not have access for that.
I think when the time comes, you will get the access.
Okay,
The
got.
team will take care. Yeah.
Okay.
Samir, no, Samir, your voice is not coming through. I'm not able to hear you.
How?
Yeah, Samir, I think you are trying to speak.
Yeah, are you still able to not hear me? Because I tried to
Yes,
relog in.
now it's very clear. Can you put your video on as well? Can we just check the video too?
Video is on. I think I see my reflection. Are you able to see that?
Um, okay, I see Ashish. Yeah, I see you. That's right. Yeah, perfect. All good. Good morning, Joshi. Able to see you?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, but not able to see you yet.
Yeah. Just a second. Is there any option to blur the background?
Yeah, there should be something on the settings.
Just a second. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Okay.
welcome. Thank you. Dr. PS, good morning. I see you. Are you able to hear us? Hello, Dr. PS.
Could you hear me, sir?
Yes. You're audible now, but you're not visible to us.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible. Am I audible to you? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. You can put the your video on.
Sir, I have logged in. I'm not able to hear you, sir. Okay. I'm having the video on, sir. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, Dr. PS, you can unmute yourself now and then speak.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Okay, great, sir.
Yeah, and I'm sure your video is on as well, because I have a lot of windows here. I'm not able to see you in that, so check. His video is on.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, team, you can start.
All right.
A very good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome. I'm your anchor, Saishweta, for today's session. Before we begin, a word on who is hosting today's forum. Academic Network, also known as AcadNet, is an international think tank working at the intersection of higher education, industry, and public policy, built around a single conviction that India's graduate employability crisis is solvable, but only if academia, employers, and policymakers stop treating it as someone else's problem to fix. AcadNet's flagship contribution to this field is the I-ACT Meta Intelligence Framework, interpersonal, adaptability, cognitive, and technical, a model of professional readiness built not on opinion but on a substantial evidence-based drawing on the India Skills Report, the Mercer Metal Graduate Skill Index, the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report, the periodic label force survey of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, research from the McKinsey Global Institute and NASSCOM and Niti Aayog's Economic Survey. The framework has been published as a white paper by Cambridge University Press, one of the world's oldest and most respected academic publishers, carrying a foreword by Union Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan. Its central evidence-based findings are persona, the interpersonal, adaptability, and cognitive clusters together account for 75% of sustained professional readiness, with technical competence contributing the remaining 25%. This is not a claim AcadNet is asking you to debate today. It is the settled ground on which today's keynote and panel discussion both stand. AcadNet's work extends directly into the policy arena as well. Our founder chairman serves as advisor to Manthan in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. And today's forum itself reflects AcadNet's standing within the national higher education ecosystem. It's conducted in knowledge partnership with the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, India's apex inter-university body, alongside Dayanand Sagar University and Sanskar Learning Academy as academic partners, and Zoho as our industry partner. We have over 500 participants joining us today, vice chancellors, deans, registrars, CHROs, HR, and L&D leaders, faculty, and students from institutions across India. Today's forum is themed Employability and Employment, Contemporariness and the Future. We confront a single urgent question over the next 3 hours. Why does more than half of India's graduate population workforce underprepared? As employers say they cannot find the talent they need. Today's webinar etiquettes, please follow them throughout the entire forum today. Use the chat for general communication. Use the Q&A tab for all questions. Raise your hand using the emoji function if required. Live polls will appear on your screen throughout your session. Please respond. Your answers shape the panel discussion. It is now my privilege to invite our guest of honor to deliver the inaugural address that opens today's forum. Dr. Paneerselvam P.S. Madanagopal, Chief Executive Officer, MeitY Startup Hub, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, appointed to the role in November 2024. Dr. Madanagopal brings over 2 decades of experience in innovation management, strategic growth, and market development. He previously spent more than 7 years at T-Hub, one of India's most established public-private business incubators, rising to the Vice President and Chief Innovation Officer, where he built corporate innovation programs, mentored deep tech founders, and forged industry-academia partnerships. Earlier in this career, he held leadership roles at Axis Bank, Titan, HP, Tata Steel, Tata Global, Beverages, and Unilever, giving him a rare vantage point across both B2B and B2C markets. He has also served as visiting faculty at the Symbiosis Institute of Business Management and the Wellinger Institute of Management. Under his leadership, MeitY Startup Hub's national network has grown to nearly 200,000 startups, part of what makes India the world's 3rd largest startup ecosystem. Stated agenda is a shift from volume to value, building deep tech, product-driven companies with genuine intellectual property rather than service-driven imitations. He has driven a national hub and spoke model, extending support into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and has launched government startup demo days, connecting young ventures directly to public procurement. His recent initiatives include an MOU with HCL Tech under the ARISE program for youth entrepreneurship, and a partnership with the State Bank of India to extend financial mentorship to founders. In his mandate over India's largest government-backed startup ecosystem, Dr. Madanagopal's perspective bridges today's employability conversation with the entrepreneurial and innovation pathway many graduates will eventually take, building the very venture that will someday hire their peers. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paneerselvam Madanagopal for the inaugural address.
Welcome, Dr. PS. Thank you so much for the consent.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate and thank you for the kind introduction. It is my privilege and my pleasure to address a very distinguished audience this morning and share my thoughts on the possible opportunities, challenges, and most importantly, how do we really face this employment and employability challenge. I always say we may have 1 million problems, but we have 1 billion minds to solve it, right? Sometimes this 1 billion minds is a very strong asset to the nation. We call it the demographic dividend. We call it the whole trust behind the fastest growing large economy in the country, in the world. And we see the significant ability of this demography to kind of propel our economy forward. But at the same time, if the demography is not managed well, if the youngsters are not getting those opportunities, and if if we are not creating jobs and opportunities for them to add economic value to the nation, then it can become a big challenge, and the whole demographic dividend can flip on its head and become demographic disaster. So it is our responsibility and our ownership to kind of make this demography work for the nation and contribute to the nation building, and therefore avoid any untoward future incidents in the country, right? Because I always say, I mean, a population with aspiration, educated population, young population, without opportunities is a perfect recipe for disaster. And which means if you go back and study any of the revolutions in the past, this has been the starting point, and that something that we are very aware at the government of India, and we want to kind of ensure that our youngsters get maximum opportunities, not just to be job seekers, but also job creators. And more importantly, we leave no stone unturned to ensure that there is various opportunities, not just within India, but across the world, for our youngsters to go and share share their expertise, build their careers, and take it and create economic value. And the academia plays a very significant role in this, because it is every time I visit a campus, today on an average, sirs, you all would know better that campus is minimum is 4,000, 5,000. On an average, seems to be about 10,000 students in the campus, right? And if I visit some of the campuses, there are about 35,000 students in some of these campuses, 40,000. It really makes me very excited to be among that many youngsters. But on the inside, it is also a little bit scary that where are these youngsters going to get their jobs from, right? And collectively, it is our responsibility to kind of work towards building these opportunities for these youngsters. And with the advent of various technologies, it is not going to be easy, because every CEOs I speak to in large companies, they have been clear that we may not let go of people, but hiring new people is also going to be not that easy, because that is where the technologies like AI, ML, and artificial intelligence and machine learning is coming in, and trying to play a very pivotal role in replacing human capability and talent. So I laughingly say that India has three challenges. One is there are no jobs for people. Second is there are jobs are there are no people to take on those jobs. And the third is who are in the jobs are not really doing good enough in their jobs, right? In Hindi, it sounds a little bit better, लोग के लिए काम नहीं है, काम के लिए लोग नहीं है, और जो काम पे है काम का नहीं है, right? So if that is the scenario, it is us, we need to really ensure that this is sorted out. And I honestly feel employment is not an issue, it is employability, which is what the real issue in India is. Believe me, trust me, sirs, I feel there is a lot of opportunity in the Indian market. There is a lot of jobs that are there, need to be filled both in the public sector and the private sector, especially in the private sector. But companies are not able to find the right talent, right? The willingness to be flexible, learn, and adapt to the opportunity that is available seems to be decreasing with every passing year, right? I'm not sure whether it's a good thing or not so good thing, but in our, at least in my time, about 26 years back, 25, 26 years back, we wanted a small window of opportunity, and we got through that window and built credibility through hard work and reputation, I mean contribution, and build a reputation of delivery, and therefore the ability to grow faster was much and figure out your career path was much easier. Today when I talk to students, I think they are extremely purist in their mind that this is what I want to do, nothing else, right? I don't know how true or I mean, you all know it better. The ability, ability to for them to know what they want to do is great, but lack of flexibility and lack of openness to try out new other things that there may be opportunities is reduced significantly, and they are willing to wait as an unemployed or give it what they call I'm on a break, is much more than take up an opportunity which is coming their way and figure out how they can try to move forward. So I think the educational institutions, the academia need to play a very significant role, which already they are doing. But the two things from my submissions from my side would be the ability to be agile and positive and be open to career options are something that we need to inculcate. And more importantly, everybody is talking about skills, and we also need to look at strength-based career possibilities or career paths, because I always believe in India we are often told what we are not good at, right? And especially in the school education system, in the college education system, they'll say you are not good in science, focus on science. I have always been told by my parents that you are not good in science, you focus on science, ignoring the fact that I'm good in math and I can build a career out of mathematics. So the fact is, today we need to really identify not just the not just the academic curriculum, but also the personality of the student. What are his or her strengths, and how do we play build a career path and play is on his or her strengths is something that is really required, which allows them to go into a diverse segment of career paths. Because the challenge is, if I've done an MBA or if I've done an engineering in say for example AI, data science, or even computer science, there are only that many opportunities available in that space, right? And there are only that many jobs that can be created by both private sector and public sector in a given year, and the demand is much higher than the supply of jobs. Given that, the ability of the student is to look at wider career options based on his or on her strength rather than his or her qualification can be a huge mind shift change that we need to bring. In a way, that it will also add value to them, because when you play on your strengths, you are bound to enjoy that. You are bound to succeed when you enjoy and deliver value with more passion. Then your ability to succeed is much higher in that space, as compared to something that you're doing because you're qualified to do that or you have studied that particular subject matter. So employability needs grooming of the students based on their strengths, based on their capabilities and their capability to win in a particular domain or a segment, rather than just pure qualification. And that mindset needs to be cultivated right from the first year of college, and academicians and professors and the environment in the college plays a very pivotal role in that. The second aspect I would like to share today is whenever I meet students and talk to students, I always say there is only two choices for us. Either you are an entrepreneur or you will work for an entrepreneur. So there are nothing much more, right? I think it's as simple as that, because government jobs are not really in that many volumes and cannot be in that many volumes, not just in India, in any country for that matter. So the question, when I share this line, when I say either you are an entrepreneur yourself or you will work for an entrepreneur, it starts kind of the thought process that, hey, why should I work for an entrepreneur? Why can't I be something? And this whole endeavor of the entire government machinery, the thought process is to move them from a job seeker mindset to a job creator mindset. And academia plays an extremely significant role in facilitating this mindset, in giving that confidence to the students that they can be entrepreneurs, and there is and they also facilitate them to be the bridge between the student who wishes to be an entrepreneur and the ecosystem which is supporting them to be in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So a significant amount of efforts by the government across 17-18 ministries today are focusing on entrepreneurship development, innovation. 25,000 plus crores have been spent in the last 10 years in form of giving grants, investments to young startups with ideas to build their prototypes, to build their a minimum viable product, and all of this starts in the college when they study some concept and they come up with an idea. The professor is the first port of call for them to go and share that idea and see, sir, if this is something I'm thinking, whether it will work or not. So my submission to the academic community here is that this first call should be encouraged, and the first call should be nurtured. The idea of solving problems is what we need to be looking at. And I always say, if we can create a problem solving mindset, the problem creation will stop, right? So every time we look at the student community, especially engineering or any students for that matter, how do we turn them into problem solvers? Because they are constantly seeing problems every day, right? From their community, from when they travel, when they every problem is an opportunity if you set your mind and goal and your capability to solve it, and then you can create economic value if that is a meaningful problem that you are solving. So this mindset shift needs to happen within the academia first, within the management, within the professors community, because today a lot of people will come and ask me why a certain institution, I may name it because it's an IIT Madras or a certain institution, is far more successful in incubation, innovation, and they are sitting on tons of cash on through this companies that they have supported. I said there is only one simple ingredient for that success. Professors are part of every single company that is formed within the system, right? They add value to the student ideas. So they bring in that phenomenal mentorship capability to the students who work on their ideas and solution. And more importantly, they form a very a matured guide to build this solutions into companies and scale them in their right. So to effect any change, the faculty mindset needs to evolve, move from kind of a, what you call, for want of better word, from a hierarchy that I am professor and you are a student. There is, the information only flows one way, and now we need to move to a mindset of collaborative thought process with the students, and more importantly, co-create concepts and products and solutions with the students. And that mindset will significantly change the number of people who are wanting to take entrepreneurship in any given academic institution. Today, it's less than 0.2%. Not even, it's very, very minuscule. You all know the facts that out of every 100 students, probably one will want to be an entrepreneur, and that, or even less than that, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So it's our endeavor to identify the spark and give them that support system, and engage with them to ensure that the student community, at least 2%, 3%. I'm not asking for much. At least 2-3% can be job creators rather than job seekers, right? And that 2-3% will make a big change in the overall scheme of things across the country. So it is important for us to change our methodology, change our mindset, then change our methodology and of engagement with the students, so that they have significant ability to become entrepreneurs and innovators, rather than coming out with a very commoditized skill set today, and almost waiting for placements for months together. And you all know the reality. Sometimes the offer is issued, but they don't make them join for months, and that's a very very strange period, where he has a sense of confidence that I am in a job, but the truth is he's not getting paid, or he's not adding any economic value to the or he's not moving forward, or she. So there is a lot of this shift that I would humbly submit and urge my the fellow academicians here, the academicians, to shift and look at the methodology of engaging young minds, students, to kind of transform this whole challenge into an opportunity. And that's where the employability quotient increases in the marketplace, right? And even if they are not becoming entrepreneurs, there is a concept what now a lot of companies are seeking, which is called intrapreneurs. Basically, intrapreneurs are people who work for an organization, but with the ownership of an entrepreneurial mindset, and ability to drive growth and problem solving capability, and are the real what do you call the persona of the entrepreneur. All that he or she may not have the ability to invest money and take that risk financially in terms of capital wise or other thing. Otherwise, they have the ownership capability, they have the problem solving capability, they have the ability to work hard and solve and contribute, and that is equally important. The entrepreneurial mindset is something a lot of companies are now seeking, to ensure that they have a significant amount of right talent in their organization. So it is again, so there are key elements that we need to inculcate and incorporate to build 3 or 4 things. One is the positive attitude, the agility to take on an opportunity rather than wait for what you really want, and that's something which is and the most important thing is either the entrepreneurial mindset or an entrepreneurial mindset that will make him stand out amongst his competition, and that will drive employability better. Every institute tries this changes, and impact this. Even 25-30% of the student community kind of gets groomed into this space, then the overall employability quotient of the talent pool available will significantly increase, right? I think that is where the real opportunity lies. The real nation building contribution to nation building lies through the academia. I always say, we really it's not just enough the government does its things, but it is the corporate sector, it is and the academia needs to be in shoulder to shoulder to drive the change in the country that we really want to ensure. So overall, from a government perspective, as I said, 17-18 ministries are putting a lot of money. We at MeitY Startup Hub, our endeavor is to drive the tech and the deep tech capability in the country. I'm also the I have an additional responsibility of the India AI Mission startup portion. So, our endeavor is constantly to drive, our Indian companies, Indian entrepreneurs to have those resources, be it mentorship, market access, or money that is required to kind of compete not just in the domestic market but also in the global market. And we work with about 150 plus institutions across the country with their incubation cells, and incubators, accelerators. We give them anywhere between 10 lakh, 5 to 10 lakh in grant, and up to 1 crore in investment. And going forward, this money is only going to become bigger. I'm happy to say that we will be launching a deep tech program which will enable us to fund up to 5 crores per startup, right? So, which is a lot of money from a government perspective. But the money needs to be spent wisely with a wise talent, people who are really aligned to building solutions and solving Indian problems or building from India for the world. These are our endeavors, right? And that means I've been pushing to my capability to get more and more corporates to come in, participate in the innovation journey, and also not just participate, contribute, and also engage the entrepreneurial ecosystem, the startup ecosystem. So, and my humble request today to the academicians here is to also take up all the possible support from the government, both from the central government, from the state government, but also contribute from your side in terms of effort, in terms of mindset shift, and most importantly, resources that will change the nature of your educational institution into in an incubator of business ideas and growth and large businesses to come from there. So I always say information is free now. Today, a student technically does not need to go to a college to learn any subject matter. If he goes online, he will get best of the best lectures available either on a free platform or on a paid platform. Be it MIT lectures, be it Stanford lectures, be it Harvard lectures are available for him online. And why does he or she needs to go to the college is to engage, use the labs, enable them to enable them to make and build what they are learning in the concepts. And utilization of lab is something that we should definitely push for. Prototyping, collaborative working with peer group, and consultative working with the professors, and more importantly, building teams and through building teams and the teams that solve problems for the community or for the nation. So this is how the we see the ecosystem in academia evolving. If it if it is just matter of information, they can just watch a lecture on YouTube or on any other platform. Information is actually free today. So my submission is to every academician here is to create a culture of collaborative learning, co-creation with the faculty and the management, and more importantly, the ability to drive problem solving mindset with a strength based capability assessment that will tell them exactly what they are good at and what they need to be playing to their strength, and build a career path in that direction. So those are the thoughts. I'm sure with all your experience and wisdom, now these may not have been very new thoughts, but I thought it would be a good opportunity for me to reiterate from my perspective, and I thank the entire team for this opportunity, and I thank the participants for patiently listening to this, and look forward for further engagement, and wishing you all the very best and a happy day future going forward. Thank you.
Perfect, Dr. PS. That was just amazing. A lot of input points for our panel, and you made my keynote also easier. Yeah, over to you, Sashwita, please.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Gopal, for that very insightful inaugural address and for connecting India's startup ecosystem with today's conversation on employability. Moving on to the keynote speaker, it is now my privilege to introduce to you a name many of you in this room already know very well, Professor M.M. Anant, FCS, Founder, Chairman, Academic Network, the international think tank forum behind today's forum. Founding Vice Chancellor Adani University and Vice Chancellor twice across his career, giving him a rare first-hand command of Indian higher education from the inside. Advisor to Manthan in the office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, placing him directly at the table when national science and technology policy is shaped. A PhD from the University of Cambridge, UK, and a DAAD DAD Commonwealth Fellow, Professor Anant has spent decades working at the intersection of academic leadership, institution building, and educational transformation. He is the principal architect of the I-ACT Meta-Intelligence Framework, Interpersonal, Adaptability, Cognitive, Technical, published as a white paper by Cambridge University Press with a foreword by Union Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan. It is this framework and the research base behind it that anchors everything you will hear over the next 3 hours. Professor Anant will carry the I-ACT framework through today's keynote before returning at 11:30 a.m. to moderate the panel discussion himself. Please join me in welcoming Professor M.M. Anant for the keynote address on employability and employment, contemporariness, and the future.
Thank you so very much, Saishweta and Dr. PS and the whole team for making it happen today. I understand we have about 2,100 plus registrants for today's this discussion. It's a very important discussion. Am I audible first? Can somebody confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, and is my screen visible? I've shared my first slide.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is a very, very important topic in the current times, and that we are in transition from whatever we were to whatever we should be, but whatever we are somewhere is neither here nor there. If that sums up something, right? So with that as a note, let me quickly start. I have about I think by 11:15 I should be finishing. So I have quite a bit number of slides with information, but I will see what is relevant, and I may quickly whiz through some of the slides, but some slides I'll ponder on. right? With that note, let me begin. Now, we chose this topic, employability and employment, contemporariness and future, primarily because if we don't discuss it now, we will never get an opportunity to discuss this ever. Because the way things are changing, the forces in the in the global perspective that are actually impacting this, and more so in India, where we have the highest youth population, right? Okay, so we're going to look at 5 levels, and that's only one story to talk about it in all the 5. First, we'll look at the problem statement, because that is important. Once we know the problem statement with clarity, then we can start putting our minds together to say that, okay, we will arrive at a solution. Okay, why so many graduates aren't workplace ready? As Dr. P.S. was just mentioning, either kaam nahi hai ya kaam nahi hai to log nahi hai. No, it's like that, right? So we have phrased a problem statement here. Why our graduates are not ready for the workplace? All right. Now, the second act would be the disruption. How AI is going to reshape work tire by tire. And then the reckoning. Who will survive this onslaught? And how fast is it happening? And the framework, which is an outcome of a white paper with about 2 years of research, which was published more than a year back. And now it's getting shape into some kind of a application with a tool which has come out of it. And then the imperative, what must change starting now, and then we'll say and see with the proof why we build the persona first, okay, which is skill following the person and not the other way around. Okay, so the problem itself. So many have measured the same crisis, but then we have chosen to take 2 thorough research organizations which have done their groundwork and then produced their results, who have looked at the employability crisis and the labor market reality, right? So how many of India's graduates actually leave university ready to work? Okay, let's look at the numbers. Because we are the second largest higher education system with 43.3 million students. Yeah, and we have 2 independent, credible national surveys to look at. Okay, so one says, Mercer Metal says 42.6% are ready. Okay, remaining are yet not there. It's not that they're not ready, they're just on their way. All right, so 42.6 is one. The other one from VBox, which talks about 56% being ready for taking over a job. Now, while these numbers are okay, but then they're alluding to only one aspect. Now, there's one shared conclusion in this whole exercise, that not all of us are ready for a job as students. Now, employability by degree, if you look at it, right, computer science and IT, 80% get employed, and MBA, we'll come to that because in the current times, how this is going to change, we'll also see that. About 72%, and we have engineering, bachelors in engineering or bachelors in technology, about 70%, and commerce with 62%. And if you look at the employer's perspective, they keep telling that no, we are not able to find the right talent. 82% of employers have reported that, right? 47 to 48 million projected skilled worker shortfall by 2027. Now we are not very far from 2027. Okay, 93% students want real world experiences. They want internships, but then on the employer side, they don't have that many number as well. So we are actually looking at a paradox which we're trying to solve. Okay, and let's see how we can solve, and if at all there is a solution, right? So the gap is structural. It's not cyclical. Cyclical is something which comes and goes, comes and goes. No, it is not. It is structural because it is a part of the whole system, right? So it isn't this technical problem here. The deficit is sharpest in continuous learning, teamwork, adaptability, curiosity, solution centricity. Dr. P has mentioned it as well, right? The innovation mindset doesn't come just so easily. So the competencies India's curriculum need to develop, and which we are least looking at. So between 44 to 57% of graduates enter work absolutely unprepared, and that's the result we saw, and that was corroborated by our own research, which was published with the Cambridge University Press. Okay, so roughly 1 in 2 graduates leave the university system unprepared for the workplace they're entering. The pace of technology change is widening this gap faster than curriculum revision that happens in our board of studies or academic council. The pace at which it has to change is not happening, unfortunately. So, and better is to accept the truth earlier than repent later. All right. So now, but this isn't only about graduates being unprepared. Look at the labor market itself. That's what I was mentioning about the paradox, which is getting only stronger. So does more education mean less unemployment in India today? Let's look at numbers. We'll work with data and then see. So the periodic labor force survey annual report 2025 is where we have taken these numbers from. The education paradox of PLFS 2025 numbers say that 3.1% overall unemployment ages 15 plus, 9.9% youth unemployment ages 15 to 29, and 13.6 in urban youth unemployment, and 6.5 unemployment among secondary and above educated cadres. Right now, education in its current form is not protecting young people. Now, see, the inference from this slide is that the urban youth percentage of unemployment is more compared to the other sectors. So does it mean the more access to education you have, you don't get a job? Is that right? Keep that question, park that question. We will be coming back, revisiting the question in the later slides. Right now, education in its current form is not protecting young people as we want it to. Right, credentials aren't the mismatch, capability is. Unemployment among the educated exceeds the national rate, and the problem is not lack of schooling. It is mismatch between the credentials what the credentials certify and what the demand is in the labor market. Right, so India's global talent ranking is falling, not raising. 63rd in as per the IMD, and in 2025 compared to 58 in 2024. I will wait for whatever it is, but then there are some numbers here to deliberate on. So the problem is not lack of schooling. It is mismatch between educational credentials and the market demands. Right? Education does not automatically protect young people from unemployment. So the hiring paradox only deepens once they are inside. Let's say that you get hired. Now, what are the problems after you get hired? We're talking about the 46 or 52% of those who are getting hired into the organizations, right? So they clearly have crossed the hiring bar, but then they leave. Why? That's a question which we need to look at as well. India's employability crisis does not end at the offer letter. Every graduate, who get hired also is looking at an exit within months. Now that's a question which we need to understand what's happening there. Look at the attrition by tenure in sector. Fresh first year attrition is at 40%, and we have the BPOs and IT enabled services. Just trying to zoom it a little bit. At 32.5%, and we have the e-commerce 29%, IT services again at 25% in 2025, and overall it's about 16% down from 18% in 2023. Right, now that's an attrition rate we're talking about. So even after you get hired, we leave the organization. Now this one is, if you're literally 45% leave in the first year or cultural mismanagement, and 45% report no mentor or peer guide at all, and 25% of exits cite supervisor behavior as the number one reason. 7 of 9 attrition drivers are I-Act failures. So I've not introduced IACT yet, but then we've talked about it a little bit, right? So with the introduction. Now, only compensation and shift structure sit outside the IACT framework, okay, which I'll take you through now in some time, right? So that's an onboarding failure here. But then the cultural mismanagement, missing mentorship, training gaps, supervisor behavior, limited mobility, and burnout, all traced to interpersonal adaptability cognitive. That's IAC, interpersonal adaptability and cognitive quotient deficit on either side of employment relationship. Now, this makes I-Act retention strategy not just a hiring one. The crisis doesn't end at appointment. It continues until the full persona stack is developed in both the employee and the managers who lead them. So there's a leadership intervention that is required. There's an employee intervention that's required to understand where they stand in the I-Act framework, right? So people don't quit jobs. We all know it. Now, most of the managers out in the organization and the MBA graduates would know this phrase very well. People don't quit jobs. They quit managers, cultures, and their own unpreparedness. Every one of those is in the interpersonal adaptability and cognitive quotient and the failure therein, which is precisely what we are trying to address using the I-Act framework, all right? So the crisis is structural and it persists past hiring as well. Now add one more force and the stake becomes existential. And that force is the AI force, the disruption, right? So AI is not disrupting employment uniformly. If you think that AI is going to disrupt all the guys, the employee workforce uniformly, that's wrong. It is reshaping the workforce pyramid from mid outward, and the pace differs sharply by tier. All right. So how much of what we know about work is about to change with AI? Let's look at it, right? So every major disruption in nature of work has forced reinvention of how human capability is built. Yeah, from guild apprenticeships to AI augmented learning. Now, we are going to, of course, come on board. But how fast are we going to come on board? What is the pace at which the change is happening? And what is going to happen in this transition? What are we going to go through? That's important for us to know. The scale of shift by 2030, 39% of the core job skills will change. This is as per the World Economic Forum report. And 63% of the employers cite skills gap as their top barrier. 280 million Indian workers exposed to automation by 2030. Now, automation is also coming in a big way because of AI's presence, right? And 600% growth in AI/ML job postings in India from 24 to 26. This is the current data, right? So the response to disruption has always been the same mode. What we do, we reinvent how capabilities are built, right? We have the formal training, competence modeling, 360-degree feedback, and now AI augmented learning has started already. Okay, each respond to new demand on human capability. But the shift won't diminish the human judgment. It concentrates the demand for it. So the white paper that we completed and in the more than a year back, focuses on the cognitive and the interpersonal intelligence quotient, which are exactly required during the AI times, and that which AI cannot replicate. So AI does not hit everyone the same way. The workforce is a pyramid, I just told you. Now, as much as how are we going to be AI immune, if I should say, that while we get complemented by AI's presence, we don't get harmed by AI's presence, right? So look at this. Now, from the data, what we have looked at, is it that the least skilled who face the fastest displacement during the AI times, or is it the highest skill who don't get displaced at all? So is skill going to be directly related in some way to AI's effect on you, right? So the popular narrative is yes, but the data which we have looked at says no. AI's effect are stratified across the workforce pyramid in a pattern that defies intuition, right? So the 3 tiers we are going to look at, and 3 very different speeds in which they're going to be having the effect. The first one, the top one, the white collar ones, the higher management. Okay, so downsizing is going to be real. It's going to be slow. It's going to be real, but selective. Only decision makers fluent across multiple verticals who understand how AI systems actually function survive the onslaught. Pure specialists will not be required because AI would ideally do that at some level. But then in decision making, the domain experts are going to be crucial. If you're having multiple domain expertise, you will be the choice to remain at the top because the top wants to be lean, right? And we have the mid and entry level cognitive roles. This is where the routine analysis, data processing, report writing, junior advisory, claims handling, customer support, which are the primary targets of LLM, because LLMs are extremely good at pattern recognition. When they're very good at pattern recognition, taking pattern out of any complex systems is something they thrive on. So, and they're so effective and so efficient, right? And that's exactly where the fastest displacement is going to be, which is the mid-level, right? And it's going to be rapid and it's systemic. Now, go to the next one. Tier 3, the blue collar and the trade work level. There's a physical dexterity there, and the site adaptive work are harder and costlier to automate at this point in time. So India's cost-effective benefit calculus favors human labor here for at least another decade. So till a decade, you're safe because automation is not going to come in and then replace you. So it's going to be slow. So if you look at it, Tier 1 and Tier 3 are going to keep changing at slower pace compared to Tier 2, which is a mid-level, right? So 85 million global roles will be displaced by automation by 2030, whereas 97 new roles are going to be created, concentrated at skill extremes, and 69% of current human tasks automated with the existing technology. Now, AI compresses the workforce from middle outward. Okay, so India's workforce sits disproportionately in the vulnerable middle because many of our graduates actually get into the Tier 2, right? Because they don't, the vocational and the ITI based ones are going to be below, and then our graduates ideally get into the mid-level, mid-tier, right? So new roles reward extremes, not the center. So integrative, cross-vertical thinking at the top, tactical and conceptual, contextual expertise at the base. The routine cognitive middle is what is hollowed out. So AI doesn't replace the workforce uniformly. It compresses it middle outward, leaving the high judgment roles at the top and hands-on roles at the base, while automating the cognitive routine that employed millions in between. So the pyramid shows you the structure already. But the real question is personnel. Now, when displacement arrives at your tier, who gets to go first? Who walks out to the other side? That's a reckoning we're going to come at. Who survives the contact with AI? Exactly what roles are exposed? Where the human AI boundary actually sits, and how fast each tier transforms. So organizations are compelled to adopt AI because they have to maintain their competitive advantage. If they don't adapt AI or adopt AI, somebody else is going to do that, and so they lose their competitive advantage. And so every organization will make sure they adopt to keep the competitive advantage. The question is who they take with them and who they leave behind, right? No organization chooses disruption just for the sake of choosing, right? Every organization has its own strategies and focus on their competitive advantage in the market. Now, who you are is going to matter more than what you know. What you know needs to be reasonable. That's the base point. But then who you are is going to matter more. That's where the interpersonal quotient, the adaptability quotient, and the cognitive quotient becomes much more relevant and will weigh heavy on you compared to the technical quotient, right? With interpersonal, you drive AI towards outcomes through people. Stakeholders' trust and ability to align teams cannot be delegated to a model. And in adaptability, the mid-zone's primary survival trait, which is where the impact is highest. with a 2 to 3 year skill shelf life, the person who can continuously reorient and relearn, there's a continuous learning process there, right? Unlearn and relearning, is the one who is going to survive this onslaught. In cognitive, you have the curiosity and creativity. So you are not going to be bound by the boundaries. You're going to be innovative. You're going to be breaking the boundaries through your creative expression. And then you're curious to find out what else can actually allow me to innovate a solution. So you're solution-centric. You're not bogged down by the problems. So the capacity to ask the right question, challenge AI's output, and find solutions, the model can never ever get there, because the models are based on data. LLMs are based on data which is already in the known domains. All right. So skills have shelf life up to 2 to 3 years in an AI environment. What will endure is you, who is the person who holds the knowledge. So curiosity and solution centricity make AI more powerful, not you more redundant. AI executes, it does not wonder. AI is directionless without human intent. With who you are, you can push and break boundaries through curiosity and creativity. You shall drive AI systems towards solution centricity. The persona matters in a big way to survive and lead in the mid zone. So the surgical spectrum is real. Now let's put some numbers to it. Which exact rules are most exposed and which are structurally protected? So what are the roles which are exposed to AI substitution? Right, this is as per the McKinsey report and the World Economic Forum report. So data entry and processing, customer support, junior analysts, HR administration, middle management, single verticals, electrical, plumbing trade, and cross-vertical seniors leadership, which is the lowest to be exposed, right? And then the care therapy and relation, which is the lowest actually, 12% exposed, right? Now, cognitive routine is the target, not cognitive complexity, not the physical skill, right? The informal sector is a buffer, not immunity, because it absorbs roughly 90% of India's workforce, mostly blue collar and trade. That protects the base, but not the formal sector. Mid-level that's absorbed graduates for 3 decades. Now, that this is the sudden shift because of which we are suddenly facing a huge employment crisis, because we were all looking at the mid-tier, and then that's getting closed. Now, IT is restructuring now, not later. Like NASSCOM 2025, data indicate 30 to 40% of junior and mid-level IT roles now will be restructured by AI-assisted workflows by 2027. Now, agentic AI is coming in a big way. Now, you don't need humans at all to do many of the work in this tier, right? So knowing which roles are at risk tells you where the threat is. But what separates what AI can do from what only humans can? That boundary is what we need to look at. And that is all about escaping the AI onslaught. Where exactly does human AI boundary sit? It's not a philosophical question though, right? So it's a most practical question for our graduates who are going to be graduating in the next 2 to 3 years, all the way to 2030, right? That institutions need to ask. It doesn't run along technical skill at all. It is running through the middle of persona, right? What AI replaces, what humans lead, what grows in value. Now, AI rapidly is going to replace the routine data collection, the standard document drafting, scripted Taiwan, so all the routine things. See, wherever data is, wherever heuristics is, wherever pattern is, AI is. So consider that anything that is going to be routine is going to be disrupted by AI, right? Now, AI augments and human leads. This is going to be less disruptive here. Cross-vertical strategic synthesis across ambiguity, stakeholder trust building, ethical reasoning, empathy, relationship building, emotional calibration, orchestrating multiple AI systems towards a goal. Right? Now, roles that grow in value: AI system architects, cross-domain strategies, mental health and social care professionals, skilled trades with contextual adaptation, teachers, coaches, human development facilitators. All this will be growing in value when we start using AI in tandem. And roles that grow in value share, there's one characteristics here. They require understanding systems, people, context simultaneously. Mid-tier roles, most at risk, share the mirror right. The junior analyst and all this are not aligned with the top one. The roles that grow in value share a common characteristics. They require a person who understands systems, people, and context simultaneously. So this is not a technical problem. This is not a technical skill-based problem, right? It's a description of a developed and a mature persona. So the boundary is clear. Now, how fast each tier actually transforms. The timeline has also started. How fast is going to be this transformation for each tier? Let's look at this. 2024 to 2035, we have put a timeline tier by tier, right? Mid-tier cognitive automation phase 1, 24 to 26. This is happening now. What we are going through this. LLMs begin replacing junior analysts, data entry operators, script support, and basic HR and legal functions. NASCOM confirms over 30 to 40% of junior IT roles already gone and is getting restructured. 26 to 28, this is accelerating now because we are almost at the second half of 2026, right? The mid-tier widens, white collar begins thinning. Agentic AI performs multiple workflows end-to-end. Single vertical, middle management faces reorganization. Only integrators remain at the top. Claude and the other agentic AIs have come out and told you can now start having a one-person company very efficiently and become a unicorn because you don't need employees to do your job. Most of it will be done by the agentic AIs. And we are seeing this happening already. The 2028 to 2031, which is the peak transition, structural labor market reorganization, 30% of the core, 39% of the core skills change by 2030 as per World Economic Forum. 14% of the global workers change occupational category entirely as per McKinsey. The 2030 to 2035, emerging stability. Blue collar automation reaches inflection, where the robotics will take over and it reaches cost parity in more trade categories, warehousing, logistics. Like if you look at Amazon, for example, their warehousing and the way they have automated their stores and the warehouses is phenomenal. It's all driven by robots, right? Assembly sections. Now, slow pace, same direction, but so 2035 and beyond will be a new equilibrium which we are looking at. Human AI collaborative economy stabilizes. 97 million new roles concentrate in AI management, green economy, care, education, and cross-domain strategy, rewarding the interpersonal adaptability and cognitive quotients. Technical is only required for entry level. So the middle can't upskill their way out. If you think that I'm in the mid-tier and I'll upskill by doing some skilling program, that's not the way out. It must be a absolute transformation, right? Like an example, a junior analyst learning Python will not save their role because the role itself is going. The role is not going to be in existence. So what will you do by reskilling yourself in that level? You need to completely transform into a new persona, right? So trades buy time. It doesn't give immunity. So the timeline is already set. The question is no longer whether, but what to do about it. There's a framework built precisely for this moment, and that's what we are trying to show you here. And this is the IACT Meta-Intelligence Framework. It's primarily survey dependent, and we have taken several thousand surveys across the country, and it also is getting corroborated by the world's largest future of study work done by the World Economic Forum, right? So if technical skills alone cannot close the gap, what does holistic readiness actually look like? Because in national education policy as well, we talk about holistic professionals. We don't define what holisticness is. And so everybody has their own definition of holisticness, unfortunately. So leaving the person out and a profession excellence getting defined is really hollow. A professional excellence cannot be defined leaving the person and the persona out. It's a persona who contributes more to the professional and the holistic professional than the technical know-hows alone, right? So this is the Cambridge University Press white paper, which was authored by me, and there's a whole team which worked thanks to them. And we had a foreword written by the Honorable Union Minister, Shri Pradhanji, where we identify 4 independent clusters based on the primary data survey and several thousand professionals, right? So I'll get to this quickly because I think I'm getting out of time. 11 already. So interpersonal, adaptability, cognitive, technical. I introduced this earlier in the context of AI. Now this quotient, each of this has subcomponents, and each of the subcomponents feed into knowing the quotient of each of this aspect framework models. Now I'm just trying to switch to another tab. Let me see. I want to show you something here. I just switched the tab. Is it visible? Hello, can somebody help me?
I don't see anything change yet.
Are you able to see my the white paper release photograph?
No,
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay, I need to click share this tab. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
yes, we can.
Yeah, so that's where this was done in Marriott Mangalore, and now that's the 4 cluster which I was mentioning to you about. The interpersonal cluster, which looks at the communication, teamwork, sensitivity, problem solving, leadership. The adaptability cluster, looking at resilience, adaptability, and continuous learning aspects. And the cognitive cluster, looking at solution centricity, creativity, and curiosity. And the technical, which could be of any domain on which you should have an expertise. That's important, right? But then a holistic professional model has 3 out of 4 defining the holisticness, which means that is 75%, 3 out of 4. And 1/4 is 25%, which is technical cluster alone. Unfortunately, we have been focusing quite a bit on the 25%, ignoring the inherent and the persona-based 3 of these, right? So that's a point which I want to make from this slide. And let me switch back to my presentation. Yeah. Okay, so that was about IAC there. And persona is 3/4 of the whole picture. Okay, this is the analytical architecture the crisis needs at this point in time, because we want a mind which is able to apply and reapply when the situation keeps changing at pace, right? That mind is a resilient mind. That's what we need to start looking at creating at scale for the generation to come, so that we can start handling this transition which is happening at pace, right? And scale as well. So this has been validated twice over, because the World Economic Forum, it's very interesting that the report of World Economic Forum was a surprise to us, but then when we corroborated it, it literally spoke the same language, right? So I'm going to go to that. Okay, so World Economic Forum core skills report, I'll show that too. Let's see, where is it? I'm going to switch tabs again, just a sec. I want to show you this tab. Yeah, well, this is a complete report on this. This whole event has been now brought out as a full report. This will be published eventually. I'm just going to show you the World Economic Forum 2030 report. P. Let's look at it here. Yeah. So this 2030 core skills by World Economic Forum publication, it lists about 11 skills that are required by 2030, right? Amongst that, 10 of them are actually trait-based, which are defined by the IACT. So this is the core skills, which is listed here. All the 11 skills are listed. And in the 11, which are correlating to which component of IACT has been mapped here. Like AI and big data, you need cognitive and the technical aspect of yours to be right there, aligned to it. Analytical thinking is fully cognitive. Talent management is interpersonal. Empathy and active learning is interpersonal. Resilience, flexibility, and agility is adaptability quotient. Now, like this, for each of the 11, we have marked it here. And if you see this, only 2 see the T, which is marked as T here, are of technical focus, the technological literacy in AI and big data, right? All others are related to IAC, the interpersonal adaptability and cognitive quotients. So that clearly shows that we are looking at a model which needs to drastically change from the way we have been doing in a conventional manner in the institutions. Right, so like 4 interpersonal, 4 adaptability, 4 cognitive, and amongst and then 2 technical. So if we map it and see that now this is a testimony for us that the world is cognizant of this, but then how are we going to translate this into implementation or an outcome? The 2 independent methodologies, the same structural conclusion. 9 out of 11 skills fall in persona cluster. This validates that there is a 75-25 ratio, which is going to be very crucial to be looking at. Readiness for 2030 is, above all, readiness to be a particular kind of person, who you are, than what you know. I'm again reiterating, right? So the evidence from the 2 the constituent points to the same answer. Now let's look at the 3rd structural force reshaping the work. We're going to the Act 5, which is the imperative here. Now, this is very interesting because the gig economy, which is coming up, which we have been, talking about, the government has been mentioning about this as well, right? No, the gig economy is looked upon as an escape hatch for non-employment somewhere, right? And it's growing in numbers. Niti Aayog report and the economic survey 2025, 26. They track the workforce pathway growing fast enough to matter. And if you look at the numbers, 7.7 million to 23.5 million, that's a whooping increase here and a widening earnings split, right? So there's a huge gig force here. Because of want of time, I'm going to quickly skim through this slide. So it should be a choice. Gig work should be a choice. It should not become a necessity, right? So as Dr. Paneerselvam was mentioning, that the entrepreneurial mindset actually comes with the persona being honed and harnessed in the right manner. Then, this will become a choice and this will not become a necessity. Because there is a huge risk, which is named by the economic surveys as well here, right? So I'm going to skip this a little bit faster to see. Okay, let's look at this point. Has the government policy actually closed the gap it set out to close? NEP 2020, Skill India, PM Setu, the Digital India, these are the principal instruments, right? So the white paper, we also did our own assessment and we're candid about what needs to change, right? So If you look at the implementation record, encouraging uneven, it's measured on the policies which I was just mentioning here in the previous slide, the NEP 2020 Skill India and PM Setu and Digital India, right? So the vocational integration through NEP, it's encouraging. We have the evidence, but then it's still limited. The faculty training under the Malavia Mission teacher training program, 2.5 lakh trained, and we have the state readiness, highly uneven across different states, and standardized employability metrics is largely absent because there is no standardization that has happened across the employability matrices, right? So certification is not the same as employment, right? PMC enrollment is high, but conversion, is an open question because nobody has actually measured the impact. Measuring impact, assessment of impact is going to be big issue. We don't assess impact; there are only claims then, right? Measurement is prerequisite for reform, not overhead. So measuring success is complex owing to absence of standardized matrices. Focusing on long-term workforce readiness rather than short-term outcomes is going to be very crucial, particularly in the AI times that we are dealing with, right? So which takes longer to build, a skill or a person? I'm sure you all will know it, what is going to take a long time. But then there is a neuroscience perspective here, right? The skill acquisition, the fastest pathway. There's a targeted synaptic strengthening in specific cortical region. Local neural pathway is largely reversible if not maintained. Like you can forget it. It's okay. We can always revisit and get it back. Okay, that's why micro-credentials deliver measurable outcomes quickly. So competence, what a person can do in a defined context. That's what the first path is, skill acquisition. But then personal development, years of formation, slow, deep pathways, right? Because it doesn't change once it happens. The structural change across prefrontal cortex, limbic system, and default mode network rewired completely together. Curiosity, resilience, empathy, adaptive thinking are grown, not installed. It's about who you are, how a person responds under novel, high-stake conditions. That's going to be crucial, right? So the prefrontal cortex reaches full development only in the early to mid-20s. By final year, the window of deep persona formation has largely passed, right? It's not that it will not change, but it will change. Somebody told me, one of the neuroscientists, psychologists told me that it takes about 8 years for an adult to change, whereas it can a innocent mind which is not conditioned enough can change in 3 months with consistent and disciplined effort. So the sequence is I, A, C, and then look at T across the full degree. Current practice needs to be inverted in a big way. Job readiness is now readiness for the change itself, even as per the core skills report from NEP. If persona takes years to build and still takes months, the education system must start building persona first and start before it believes it is necessary. So I think with that, I will put a stop. I've taken about 9 minutes extra. So build the persona first, the skill will follow. Thank you so much. Thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, Professor Anand, for that keynote and for that very grounding conversation with very interesting data and perspectives. We now hand over to our industry partner, Zoho, for a short presentation. Zoho is hosting today's forum on Zoho webinar, and their team will speak briefly on their work at the intersection of enterprise technology and workforce readiness. I'm handing over to the Zoho team for a 15-minute presentation.
Yes, thank you. Can I have access to share my screen, please?
Yeah.
Hi. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Merlin. I am from Zoho. I am part of the marketing team for a product called Zoho Creator. It's an AI native app development platform. I'll quickly give you an overview of what Zoho and Creator provides for education industry. So Yeah. Quick facts. Did you know that Zoho has built over 6,000 custom applications to power, over 18,000 employees across the globe? And our approach has always been about security, sovereignty, and scalability. We've been around for 30 years across 150 countries. We have currently 19,000 employees, over 19,000 employees, 3,000 plus partners who are catering to organizations and building applications and software for organization. We have 1 million plus customers, 60 plus products, 18 data centers, and 150 million users. We have data centers across the globe, 18, 4 in North America, 2 in Europe, 4 in the Middle East, 2 India, and in Asia we have 4, and in Australia we have 2 data centers. So we also have something called Zoho Schools of Learning. This has been there for over 20 years now. This is a graduate program for kids who just finished their 12th grade and are looking for an alternative education route than college, where they will learn about technical aspects of business, marketing, design aspects, and these kids are also employed. They start out as interns, and if they deem fit, they are made into full-time employees in Zoho as well. And then we've also recently ventured into hardware server space. We just launched Natula recently, and we have also built our very own LLM, which kind of is trained for enterprise grade performance, and most of our products are also driven by these LLMs to cater to the fast growing AI environment and how to adapt to that space. So these are the different products that are available on Zoho. So we cater to almost every industry, from manufacturing, education, to finance, healthcare, and everything. And we have a process product for every single thing. We started out in 2005 with a simple writer. Zoho Writer is an alternative for your Google Docs or Microsoft Word. And we have CRM, that is our first product. And then in the next year, we had Creator, which is the product I'm representing and will be talking about today. And before I get into the product, I also would like to say data privacy is one of the biggest concern for us, and we are very particular about it. And we are here for a long game. It is made in India for the globe. We want to be, able to provide business softwares and solutions for businesses across. And recently, we've also done a lot of work with government organizations across the globe as well. So yeah, this is our belief in Zoho. We think technology should make businesses agile. We also want to offer customized solution for each businesses, because no business is the same. And we want to be able to give them solutions that are easy to learn and adopt. And of course, we are in a unified integrated space, like every application or solution an organization or an education institute is using should be able to work in a unified way. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit more, maybe in another 5 minutes and wrap it up. I will give you a quick glimpse of Zoho Creator. It's an AI native application development platform. And our idea is to empower anyone and everyone to build powerful applications by themselves. And Creator has been around for 20 years. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. We have more than 30K customers, 7 million apps running actively, and 6 million plus users using them as we speak. We've also been recognized by industry analysts as leaders, and how we are in the forward visionary zone when it comes to building solutions for the market. Like I mentioned, our vision has been to empower everyone, meaning it could be technical folks, non-technical folks. Not knowing how to develop an application shouldn't stop them. So that is the motive behind why Zoho Creator was built. And it started out as a low-code platform, a platform where you can drag and drop and build application. Now it has become much more with AI, where you can just like add your prompts and build it. So we cut across all three segment of development. So from no code, low code, and pro code. So it cuts across everything. You could be a simple business user and start building it, or you could be an IT professional and you can code and build on Creator. We've also provided cloud-based solutions for schools, colleges, and universities to automate all their academic and non-academic operations across departments seamlessly. We have customizable modules from A to Z of academia, like from admission to fees, exam management, library management, controllers of examinations, events, visitor management, or multi-campus management, attendance, anything you want to run an institute, we have modules, and we can also build things that are specific to any institutions that are looking for an automated solution. And that's not everything. We also extend functionalities. So we also have standalone applications like asset management, or if you want procurement or vendor management, or like your bus drivers. You want to have an app for all your college passes, and all of those things can be done and on Creator. And we can also extend it with your solution that you're already using, which is not a Creator or a Zoho product. That is also possible. And all these applications that are built on Zoho Creator are curated for all devices, from web, mobile, and tablets. You can build it on web and use it on mobile and any other device that you use. And we also provide a complete suite of product to build applications or solutions. So Zoho Creator enables building applications. Zoho Flow is for the integration, while Zoho RPA is to deploy bots to automate repetitive tasks that you do in your organization, and analytics to see your data in like reports and dashboards, and QEngine to test and validate every app that you build on Creator. So with Zoho's DX Suite, the possibilities are endless. And like I mentioned, privacy is one of our key factor or unique selling point for Zoho and Zoho Creator. So we don't own any of the data you add to the application you build. We don't sell your data, and we don't drive ads by tracking the data you add to your applications. And a couple of use cases or colleges that has used Creator. So RCSI from Bahrain and UK has used Creator to implement MIS for efficiency and saving. And by using that they've now have better efficiency. They've eliminated use of spreadsheets and any data discrepancies or error that they might have had. And we also have SRM, one of the biggest university in Chennai, use our Creator to build, and they've developed 6 custom applications with instant notification. And right now they are a paperless university, meaning they don't use any paperwork or spreadsheet to have the data. Everything is on Creator app. They have reduced errors in the data they have, and also they are easily able to track information by generating reports and keeping it automated. And they're now looking to also expand more with Creator. That is happening as we speak. And like I said, education is not one size fits all, because every institute, even though there are basic things that happens from admission, alumni, fees, and everything, it works differently. Each department operates differently, and I don't think any institution should adapt to a software, but a software should be able to adapt to it. And that's where Zoho Creator comes into picture. So yeah, this is a little bit about Zoho and Zoho Creator. Thank you so much for having me today in this webinar. Yeah, if you guys have questions I would like to take, or else I'm good. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions right now, but if there are anything, we could let you know via the chat.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Now comes the centerpiece of today's forum, a 90-minute panel discussion bringing together 5 distinguished voices from academia, industry, and the global future of work conversation. What makes this panel valuable is not merely the eminence of its members, but the deliberate architecture of seats they bring to the single question: what does it actually take to close India's employability gap? One Vice Chancellor, 2 industry CHROs, 1 academia CHRO, 1 global AI and future of work voice are our panelists. The panelists are Professor B.S. Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, Dayanand Sagar University, Bangalore, PhD, University of Cambridge, UK. Mr. Samir Vadwan, Founder and Managing Partner, People Portfolio LLP, former SVP HR, Samsung. Dr. J.P. Joshi, VP HR, Schneider Electric Global Supply Chain. Dr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group. Mr. Purushottam Kaushik, Independent Advisor, former World Economic Forum, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Our moderator for today's panel is Professor M.M. Anant, Founder Chairman, Academic Network, carries the panel through 5 movements: an opening provocation round, 3 thematic acts, and a closing commitment round. I now invite Professor Anant to open the panel discussion with our 5 distinguished panelists.
Thank you, Sashwita. Just before a technical check. Hello, everybody audible? Can you all tell hello or good morning?
Yes. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Namaskara.
So good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Very good morning. Good morning.
Yes, Dr. Joshi. Yeah, we are not hearing you. No, not yet. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
issue with micro.
Super. Now, a panel discussion or debate cannot happen in silence. You know, so good. So that's the reason why I made a quick technical check. Great. Glad that you all could make it here for today, and it's an extremely important deliberation, which I'm sure the country is going to remember for a long, long time, because we're going to create multiple publications out of all that is going to come out as outcomes from each of you, right? Now, as much as I'm tempted to reintroduce all of you again for the weight that you carry and the impact that you're creating on the ground, now, I'm not going to reintroduce you again for the want of time. Yeah, I will leave it to the readers and the audience. I think we have about 2,100 plus registrants today, and the website is there. All the details are there. LinkedIn is there. So their audience, just go around and explore to find out who you're going to hear. All right. So with that note, it's a very, very important reason why we thought we should have this discussion today, and post half of 2026, right? Not the pre-half, because while we were mulling over having the pre-half earlier, but then we never came up to make it there. But then this is very rightly timed when the Fable has come out with Cloud, and and all other competitors are doing much of handiwork to make sure 2027 unemployment boom really happens in some way. All right. So given that fact, let me first welcome the panel for this discussion on employability and employment, contemporariness and the future. Now, you've all just seen from the data that I could present in the address, we have some kind of evidence that things are not fully fine. So I'm going to just throw this first as a provocative statement. In one sentence, whose problem is India's employability gap? Most of all, the universities, the employers, the students, the states. Whose problem is this, right? So can I initiate it from Ashish? You want to do that? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So thank you so much for the one presentation. A very important topic.
So I would say it is a shared responsibility, but also shared accountability. While the universities have to build the competence, the employers to cast the skills which are required, students have to own the learning, and the state has to provide the system. And the biggest failure happens when these four, referring to the students, universities, employees, and state, work in silos. And if you look at the data published by Aisha on India's higher education 2022-23 and 2024, India's higher education enrollment has reached almost 4.5 crores of students enrolling, which is 34% higher than the previous years. And the employability percentage has increased to 55%, which is again a jump of 35%. While there is a tremendous increase in the number of students enrolling, it's time for us to convert the scale into skills and skills into sustainable careers.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sticking to time, and thank you for those phrases as well. Okay, you mentioned about higher enrollment, and then vis-a-vis the same breath you mentioned that you have to convert that. Great. Yes, Professor Satya, you have something to add to, or no? Is there a tension? I'm looking for a tension there. No,
I think there is always tension in the air. Only the paranoid survive. Okay, So,
Please,
without
please,
tension
please.
and the pace at which things are changing. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
You are.
See, the pace at which things are changing. I mean, if we are not paranoid, I don't think we'll survive. I mean, India has been always with a lot more of laid down activity, and partly, I mean, the chalta hai, and above all, I mean, the colonial mentality. Because I mean, therefore, as Mr. Dr. Mittal rightly mentioned, there is a correlation of, see, this academics, the industry, the government, and the parents and the society at large all have to be in sync for things to happen. And everybody wants a glorified government job, I mean, with or without value, I mean, on one side, or they want all the value but without the efficiency. Industry wants everything from academics, but is looking for a free lunch. Because if you're looking at whatever 38, 28, 30, 40 million people in higher education going to, say, 100 million in the next few years, and with India having the youngest set of people who are, again, education is no more linked to, as we have all been saying from the morning, learn, unlearn, relearn, or lifelong learning requirements. It's going to be 100 million beyond even the L&D requirement. So if you look at all of that, the industry has to be proactively in R&D. They don't figure, I mean, first of all, the major blame is with academics because they have the least responsibility. Nobody is challenging them on anywhere. So they have the major responsibility, no denying. But then it cannot happen standalone. The industry has to have its part. And Indian industry or even the multinationals here are looking for a free lunch. Even their used up equipment, they sell as centers of excellence and saying skilling, and within the next 5 months, it may become obsolete even before it is installed and people get trained. And then the government, of course, has a huge role. I'll stop in a second saying that they are now a huge segregation of public and private. They have to simply understand education is education. No public-private participation. If grants, because major grant is only coming from them 90%, it has to somewhere be on merit. And finally, the parents have to understand that there is no more job for all and government jobs. Government jobs are dead and gone. You have to be, as again, Mr. Paneerselvam mentioned at the very beginning, have this entrepreneurial mindset, whether you're on the job or whether you're setting up your own, entrepreneurial pursuit. So for all this have to happen, I think you've already presented a wonderful overview of the policy. So maybe I'll elaborate a bit more on that, on how we are doing and how we think it's still feasible that in next 2 years, we could not just...
I'll come to that. I'll come to that, Prof. Now, you know what? My catch is, as much as academia has to do much, so much has the responsibility and accountability of the industries. Okay, I'm going to take that statement straight and then pitch it onto the CHROs. All right, so that I hear what is their view on this. Either Samir or Dr. Joshi, and either of you can take it.
So I'll go, and I think I agree to the prospect that employability is really an ecosystem issue and not an institutional issue. That's my first premise, I think. Considering the stakeholders we're talking about, be the government for policy, infra, incentives, and be the academia for knowledge, intellectual capability building, industry for defining emerging capabilities, providing the opportunities of learning, and the students who have to own up their employability. And finally, I think rightly pointed out the parents who really define the choices. I think it's this interplay where the ecosystem impacts the employability. But who does the heavyweight lifting? I think in all the stakeholders. At the end of the day, it's institutions and the industry. So it cannot be either or here. They have to really work together, and that's my premise. Because I think the moot question is, are we preparing students for a degree, or are we preparing for the students for a career in an uncertain, ever-changing, dynamic environment? And it cannot happen if academia doesn't understand what industry needs, and the industry is not able to articulate and collaborate with academia in terms of what their needs and wants are. So I think what is more important is how the jointly, at least two heavyweight lifters, industry and academia, transition from learning to work, that transition, how we make it so that we have employability. That's my premise.
Fair enough. You took a very nice diplomatic stand there, saying that both have the joint responsibility. I'll take it. I'll take it from there. What about you, Dr. Joshi? Before I go to the one who is going to create the transition. Yeah.
Yes. So typically, when we talk about the employability, I think we look at from a value chain perspective in terms of where multiple stakeholders are there, who is responsible to make our people employable, and also create a lot of opportunities for these people. When you look at our whole value chain, starting from the students or the people, our citizens in India, and the employments available, which demands very different set of skills from an industry perspective, we see a huge imbalance between. And all the interfaces also have a lot of its own nuances. I think this imbalance is the biggest kind of a problem in our ecosystem. And until we solve this problem, I think the gap cannot be bridged. And the pace of evolution of extreme sides of both value chain is very, very different. One, it is moving very, very slow, and other is very advanced with a lot of technology and an evolution which is happening. And the kind of skill sets are evolving from a future perspective. I think the other end is not able to develop those skills. And
so Dr. Joshi, you're trying to mention that the other end, which is moving slow, is academia. Let's put it straight. Hello? Well, I didn't mean to do that. It's frozen. Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Joshi, we've I didn't mean to freeze you there. So I was just trying to understand the other end, which is moving at slower pace, is academia. Is what
it's not about that. I'm talking about the problem is to have this interface to be strengthened very strongly to make this transition.
No, you're right. See, there are any number of industry academia summits this country has had. Okay, I personally sat on about 250 plus. Right now the question is, everybody talks and deliberates about it, but nothing is happening on the ground. Now we are here to call the spade a spade. Right now, if you are telling that academia is slow, we take it. Academia is slow. Right now, if let's say, and I'll come to specifics later on Schneider's, what you're doing inside and then how you're going to handle it. Right. My first question was, who is going to be accountable? Right, and for this employability issue. Now that's the whole point, right? So whose problem is it? Somebody has to own it, somebody has to accept it, somebody has to acknowledge it, right? So this has to happen, and then the problem statement gets focused that this is where the work is going to be, right? So that's fine. I will take it from there that we are slow. The system is not working, so somebody is not contributing to it, right? I agree with you. All right. Now, given this setup, right, Dr. Joshi, you're here. All right. So, given this setup, and now I have this, alien coming in the name of AI in some way, right? Now, I've been a professor of AI for 30 years. Now I've been teaching AI. When people were not talking about AI, we were using AI for new product development, process optimization, and all that. In spite of that, I'm telling an alien has suddenly jumped into the system because the mass were not aware of it, right? And that's exactly where I'm looking at Purushottam to understand. He has worked at the intersection of technology policies and the future of work at the global level. Now, is India's employability problem structurally different from the emerging economies, or is this really an AI acceleration crisis wearing a local name?
Thanks, Anand, for the question. And just for the background, I head the India office of World Economic Forum, and I'm transitioning out.
Can you be a little louder, Purushottam? I'm not able to. Your voice is a little low.
Is it better now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So now I just wanted to introduce, I am head of World Economic Forum for India office, and but I'm transitioning out end of September. And as a background, we have been working on this cusp of how AI is going to become more adopted across various sectors, and also working with government, industry, commission, etc. Now, for sure, I think that when you ask a question specifically on like what is so different for India, I think it's the question of scale and the impact that it can create. So with more than 4.3 crores students going in for higher education, and then only we're still finding more than 1 crore unemployable or unemployed. That's one of the bigger problem that we have in the larger picture. And then when AI comes into this play, for sure it becomes a bigger challenge for all of us, because one, the baseline is still like bad. We are not able to position our in a usual scheme of things in the industry and the academic ecosystem working together. That's already a big challenge. But then when AI comes into the picture, these problems become even more highlighted. Like, how can you sustain a 4-year investment of a student in academic institution where the AI changes every, like it's difficult to say every 3 months, it changes every day actually. So people started with LLM, like suddenly you start learning prompt engineering, and then you suddenly move to AI agents when the prompts are not even relevant. Then you're looking at coding. Now you're looking at world models. So pretty much like the transition is happening so fast that all our systemic or structures of like there is a curriculum which is going to be sustaining for 4 years. There is a marking system which is for everybody is going to be marked around it. Now, how relevant is this in the new world is certainly a bigger question. But then connecting this background to the previous discussion, is it responsibility of university? So I'm on the board of few university ecosystems, and when I visit them, in spite of like having the smartest people on both the sides, students as well as teachers, I somehow it is pain to see that how would this 4-year investment really be justified moving ahead. And unless industry becomes a very critical part of the shaping the academy, and not just keep saying that, oh, the education system is not giving us employable students, or maybe we have to do 60% of student institutions are anyway doing retesting and revalidating those skills which are coming out of the universities. So what is the point of like this whole education degrees? See, unless you become an equal stakeholder and not keep saying that the current ecosystem is not delivering, it's just like saying blaming the others but not taking the responsibility. So it is the responsibility of the industry to work with university and the question here should be asked like, who will be the loser here? The biggest loser will be industry only. If they don't act in the current ecosystem. So if the loser has to take this whole initiative to kind of drive this partnership, and then ensure that at least this investment that we're talking about from the students and also from all the stakeholders in academic scenario, how relevant you can make it in this AI background is bigger question. Now, obviously industry, whether it is AI for finance or AI for food or AI for health or AI for manufacturing, I think there's so many opportunities, and our own report on future of jobs clearly said that while there are going to be significant job losses because of the skills rechange, more jobs are going to get created. And India is the AI. I think there was a ranking which was done on like who is on various factors, and AI talent. India stood almost on top across all the factors. Yeah, we don't do much on R&D. We don't do much on LLMs. We don't do much on like all other factors leave aside. But then talent is number one core that we had. both in terms of students coming out of these universities, but then also the capability of converting them into real AI engineering talent. So I think that's one thing which we should really look at, that this is a demography advantage that we have. This is a unique position that we are, because our services, IT services is a huge background. Our DPI, Digit Public Infrastructure, is giving us a huge leverage. Our startup ecosystem is giving us a huge leverage, which is world's third largest. Now, building up on these core assets and then converting it, the partnership between industry and academia is the only way we can solve this whole AI opportunity or challenge, whichever way you take it.
Perfect. Thank you, Purushottam. You clearly brought it out as to how we find synergies and then start moving towards a solution. But the way it is happening in a country, like for example, I'm going to point to Samir here, and then understand from him. He has been sitting on the hiring seat when he was in Samsung, and now he's advising across industries. And then that's it. And in India now, I've just shown you the data that about 11.2% graduate unemployment is sitting there, and that's a paradox here. And so many million graduates coming out, and then yet there's a shortage of the talent, right? Now, as much as the supply problem is something which we are looking at, or is it a signaling problem? What is the actual screening of these candidates doing there? When a CHR or HR sits there across the table and you're screening something, right? Something you should be screening to get them on board, or tell them, no, you're not fit there. In spite of all the work that has been done, all the policymakers, everybody sat together to create that particular asset, and then the asset is either denied or say that onboarded with certain caveats, right? So there you go, Samir.
I think you are right. Some of the co-panelists made that comment. I think we don't have a fundamentally shortage of graduates. What we have is the graduates who can translate knowledge into workplace value. And I think that's where the whole challenge is. In fact, day before yesterday, there was a headline from Niti Aayog's latest report. 8.25% graduates were employable. Rest were not employable because either they did not have the skills which industry wanted, or they didn't have the workforce or workplace orientation or experience. So apparently, it is more a signaling and scaling problem, will ultimately becoming a supply problem because industry is not getting the right talent. And that's where the industry is walking into its own interventions by having designed, finishing schools inside, be the IT, be the tech. We have a finishing schools where we pick up people and go the ultimate polishing so that we still able to address supply issue. I think challenge is, the way I see is, usually is you will shift from not what you have studied from a student perspective to what you can actually do when you come on board. And I see there are certain gaps which, as a CHRO, I used to experience. There's definitely a knowledge gap in terms of concepts. There's definitely a skill gap in terms of I have the knowledge, but I don't know how to apply it. And then there's the application gap that I can do it in classroom, but I don't know how to do it in the industry. And then there is a behavior gap. What are the skills or competencies of collaboration, teamwork, communication, leadership, which are important for me to be successful? And I think there is also an experience gap because I don't have any exposure to the real workplace business environment. So for me, I find the application behavior and the experience gap is what basically make a bigger impact on employability, not the skill and knowledge. I think to that extent, somewhere the academia is taking care of it. And that's where what I sit and see the people coming into a workplace which is dynamically changing, which requires a learning agility, which requires a quick problem solving, which requires working across the verticals, a lot of horizontal thinking required. I think I see today's the way we teach and educate people in the academic, it's missing. We are looking for I-shaped people. That's what we are producing. There's the depth and the domain. I think what industry is looking for are T-shaped people,
Yeah.
depth in one or two domain and a breadth in terms of some competencies of collaboration, leadership, problem solving, creativity, teamwork. So our filters, if you ask me, a CHRO, is not about the technical knowledge. Well, it is important. When I sit and make a decision, for me, it's not the technical knowledge because I'm presuming somebody coming out from a college, the degree, has that, right? For me, the focus is more in terms of the environment, which is dynamically changing. Do I have somebody who's got a problem-solving skill? Do we have somebody in a critical thinking? How adaptable people are? What is their learning agility? What's their research orientation? Do we have a curiosity? How are they able to effectively communicate and do a teamwork across? Some of the things I think which your model covered. And that's what is more important, because I think the whole focus is shifting towards learnable mindset, continuous capability development mindset. Because you can get, I think today we are producing guys for the first job. I'm looking at somebody who's employable not at 22 alone, at 32, at 42, at 52, or even beyond that, right? And that requires you need to have a real focus on your own half-life cycle type of competencies and say, okay, my competencies are changing very fast, rapidly. What is it every couple of years I need to think through? And my job is changing, and what I need to acquire for more effective. And that's where I think we need to focus a hell of a lot on that. There's the learning agility, the adaptability, the T-shaped orientation, the entrepreneurial mindset. I really, because I work for two large corporations where we realized our IP was very important for us. We were looking for mindset who are innovative, who are able to do MVPs within the ecosystem. Company can put the money, and we have the IP, global IPs of that.
Yeah.
So I think these are things which we look for, and our systems are not geared up right now to really provide that focus. What I miss, I think, is more in terms of, apart from a degree, a sort of a job readiness, a competency framework, which an institution or a college gives me, hey, guys. Samir is not really good and say, I'm not a BCom graduate, I'll put it that way. What I am, I'm a good in data analysis, balance sheet preparation, understand the business, understand the impact of AI, leverage AI, how to do the balance sheet right. This is what I'm looking at. So make the shift from a continuous certification degrees to continuous degree.
There's some echo that's coming up. So if somebody's logging on two systems,
So that's my contention.
from maybe every one of us can mute and unmute once. I don't want this echo to disturb this interesting deliberation that's happening. I'm audible now. The echo is gone. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Samir. You mentioned it spot on. I'm just looking at this word immersive. Which we have been looking at the learning paradigm in our universities as well. We talk about immersive learning. While the learning happens, the experience also gets inducted into the minds, so that they can start looking at. Now, see, this is where the technology world somewhere comes as a boon, and yes, some as a bane. Right now, you said it that it's not just that they come on board with certain know-hows, but then they know the horizontals, how they can navigate through. That's a T model that you're talking about. Yeah, no, I'm tempted to push to Ashish to ask, from the campus side, if you're going to, we have placement offices, in universities, and then what students go through the placement offices, right? So they have their own rigor and put things place. Yeah, many a times, which I have observed, again, twice as a vice chancellor. My institutions, I've observed that the one who has been left out by the placement office gets placed first.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So there's a whole the whole rubrics of filtering the students based on score and saying that you cannot apply for this placement and all that. Is it a supply problem we are consciously creating without the know-hows of how an institution possibly should address this?
Sure. So I think the placement rate measures only the employment conversion, I'll say, not the employability. Today, many universities publish, we have 90% placements, 100% placements.
Yes.
But they fail to answer the fundamental questions. For example, are the graduates having quality jobs? Are they having good careers? Are they using the skill set in the jobs which they have learned? What is the retention score? What is the salary progression? Are the employers happy with these new graduates? So these are some of the important questions, because the easiest way for an institution is to just present the data. Like we have got so many placements, but it is failing to understand the impact which is creating on the students and the employers. If we are talking about the World Economic Forum data, we have seen the Future of Jobs report. It says that 92 million jobs will be out, but at the same time, 170 million new jobs will be created. So which means we actually have a net addition of 78 million jobs. And most importantly over here is that 77% of the workforce globally, they're actually trying to focus more on AI and training, because they understand that's going to be the base. And 41% of them really feel that there is no, there will be further reduction of jobs, as we had seen using in your presentation. So I would say placement is just a number, but again, trying to understand the employability, the journey of these graduates post-employment is more important. Now, for example, I would ask, I would tell a student, you prepare for a job which is today. I'll say prepare for a job which is going to be there for the next 10 years. That's going to be more relevant and more important.
No, there's a quick pushback on that, Ashish, because you see, as much as we tell the students, so much are we creating the ambience in terms of curricula, the rigor of experience. That is a crucial part of the whole ecosystem, the universities, right? Now, if we don't actually focus on the board of studies and the academic council and the outcomes thereof, we have left the whole thing down. It's only a statement, right? And then the placement data is out there on the website saying that, okay, this 6 lakhs per annum, 15 lakhs per annum, we have placed students. No, that this is a whole mind game that I'm worried about.
Absolutely, and most of the corporate and most of the universities are just flourishing on this data, which is just not the right way to look at it. It's just placement numbers, but it's not employability. We need to measure the journey of the fresh graduate. For example, what I would say, actually, the future successful universities will be the ones who actually are able to provide a clear career path to the graduates post 5 years of graduation. It's not just on-the-spot job and your job is done. No, are you tracking the progress? Are you tracking what's going right or what's going wrong?
Okay, I'm going to pick there. Okay, let's say some of our students are getting hired, right? I'm going to and they're getting hired in Schneider, right? And I have Dr. Joshi with us.
Yeah.
Right now, Dr. Joshi, when the AI automation systems are going to be taking over, right? Will you keep our students safe there, or who will go out first? What is your criteria to say that okay, this is the line? Okay, we'll get allow letters, right? And you have all our sympathy and empathy, but then we're sorry, there are humanoids coming with us to take. Are we going to take their help, right? So how are you going to? What are those which you want to spill out? For the audience, for the listeners, saying that, okay, these are things I need to keep focus on.
Right. Very interesting. So in fact, Schneider is a global organization which is into electrification and automation, and very energy technology organization. And definitely automation, digitization, application of AI is part of our day-to-day life. And organization is really working on it in terms of how to serve our customers better and how to contribute to sustainability. And there the application of these digitization, all those comes into picture, at the same time producing that efficiency and speed. but the intent is not to reduce the number of people, not the cut the people. So definitely some reorganization will happen in this organization. Accordingly, our workforce modeling and the workforce plan happens for current, for future. And then we build, okay, what kind of skills required for today, for future, and accordingly that we develop our ecosystem to support our business, support our market and other things. So now, if you when we do our workforce modeling, so accordingly we also need, okay, how many fresh graduates we need from engineering colleges. And typically our experience is if we hire 100 people, so typically we see, okay, 20 to 30% attrition in first 2 years because of they are not finding the role very interesting. Another is they have intent to go for higher education, they have some location constraint and some personal reasons, another thing, right? So these are some of the things. But those who are there, they go through a systematic induction training program and they are absorbed in the organization for different roles. But on top of it, what Samir mentioned about what really works in this evolving organization is your learning ability, how strong your T profile is, and are you able to work horizontally or not, to be very, very specific, because it's so dynamic. Today, we have so many examples in our organization also, because I'm coming from HR. So we have moved HR people into business and vice versa. Yep. Finance people move to business and vice versa. Yep. Yep. Similarly, sales marketing moving to across functions, local, global, various. I think the biggest employability factors comes from your learning ability, how quickly you can learn new things and how quickly you can adapt to a situation. And I think people have those kind of traits and skills. I think they really survive and they continue in the organization.
So you mean to say the agility matters?
Yeah,
The agility matters at all.
Yes,
at all levels.
agility really matters. However, the degree, all the knowledge which we get from the colleges, it's just an entry ticket to the employment sectors, and then all your softer skills, your ability, agility really works in terms of which take you to the who moves you in your career path.
No, you said it. You said it. See, the organizational alignment is going to be very crucial. The interest of organization needs to be looked at, of course. And the organization will take its call based on that, right? So, are the resources who are going to come in? Of course, they cannot claim that I'm a fresh graduate and a management trainee forever. So the pace at which the alignment happens is what is going to give you the call on whether this resource is going to go with you or not go with you, right? So now, because when you do the workforce modeling, and I'm sure the workforce modeling is also going to be done by the agentic AIs in the coming times, with all the data that you're going to procure, right? So it's going to be data-driven, then the intuitive. So when that is data-driven, it's going to be, the full rationale is already visible there as to what is the basis of it, right? Now, see, with that point in place, I'm going to switch to the Act 2 of shared responsibility, looking at curriculum, training, and hiring, which is, of course, lying in the domain of academia, where the learning actually happens. But then, again, it is a very shared aspect. Academia's training focus is not academia's problem alone, right? So it's a problem of all the stakeholders, right? So we have spent time naming the problem, which is excellent. Okay, now I'm going to switch to a shared language for what readiness actually means, right? So in our research on ACT meta-intelligence model, which we have developed, interpersonality, interpersonal adaptability, cognitive and technical, so which is not a test, but it's a map of who a persona is, right? Now I want each of you to tell me, where your sector owns responsibility, right? Which of these in which your sector would be owning responsibility? When I, A, C, and T, there are four here. And then there is a shared responsibility of creating those who are employable, right? And where we have the aspiring graduates, and then we have the industry, and we have all other stakeholders coming in and pitching in, right? Who will own what? Or there are multiple for each of this. And I'm leaving it open. Whoever wants to go first. Yes, Professor.
So I think having luckily had the experience of maybe setting up a couple of startups in England and Japan, or working with setting 3 universities as founder, vice chancellor, heading 6 academic institutions, changing R&D labs, accidentally, of course. I mean, all this, I think I can wear hats from all the sides to say something from my side. I think I completely concur with all the, whether it's Dr. Ashish, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Vardhan, and Dr. Purushottam, all that they have said. And also I disagree in some aspects of it. So as again, even the ICAT model that you mentioned, rightly said 75% is more attitudinal, personal, rather than knowledge and skill per se. And therefore, the key point I want to highlight from my limited experience, and also saying some outcomes, because when I say in an Indian academic environment, if we have enabled 2,000 crores of product process solution enabling MSMEs to deliver products, not just for existing, but next generation semiconductor, Air Force to defense level products, process, and medical. We have actually made it happen. Unfortunately, it's not very well known because Indian industry is predominantly looking at the market adaptation because of multiple issues. I mean, because the cost arbitrations are huge and challenges of constraints, loss. I will not go into all of that. So they are looking at the market valuation and quarter by quarter. And one side, if I have to blame them, there is no roadmap from any of them in any domain. You go to across the world, there are roadmaps. So the roadmap has to come from industry and government policy as much as academics, where all work together. But all industry academic forums, you will find that in any policy, academics are hardly involved, or there are usual suspects who have done for the last 40 years. And honestly, they've never been even in industry. So I'll leave it at that. I'll not say anything more. But the key is, as you said, knowledge, skill, values, and attitude. Every knowledge and skill are the 25% of the provision, 75% is values and attitude, and that again has to be brought in together. So you see, the whole of this country, somewhere we are in the business of no education. And industry did not need education because they were adapting for scaling, for production, for international, as OEMs. I mean, they're not doing original research, and they don't figure in the top 500 anywhere. All Indian majors or even international companies don't do any R&D in Indian system. But I don't blame anything, because it's, again, as we said, we are collectively responsible. We all agree. So the key is, above all, the academics have the highest liberty, but we have been very callous, laid back, and I mean, chalta hai attitude to say that, okay, I mean, just introduce everything in the subject. Say, I have an industry expert in my panel. I've introduced this, only the checklist, but the happening doesn't happen. So that is where this knowledge and skill to link to, as you said, immersive experiential learning is the key. And that is where all of us coming together becomes very critical. And how do we do that? I just take another 1 or 2 minutes, if it's okay, to say that, say, from our experience of having done it, say, in the last as I said, 20 years in predominantly Indian industry, after coming back from England and Japan, is that we have said experiential learning is the key. This has to start with a systems overview. Yes, one side I can blame the industry, that industry does not give its roadmap or its strategy, even confidentially, if they are a partner, and tell me what they want, and suddenly come at the middle of the night and say, I am hungry, feed me with something. I mean, without even saying whether I want continental, South Indian, North Indian, Japanese, or Chinese. So all that is a one side. But as an academic, I have to deliver, as everybody has said, the whole tea, the whole surface, and a depth in some domain. I have no liberty to wish it away because I have the least constraint and maximum freedom. So there, academics, our research is pathetic. And we have been using, I mean, grading has also been simply just to show people are learning, or we have done our job, we have given exceptional grades, which mean nothing. So the grading has become irrelevant. So in this context, I think the key is, how do we redefine it? NEP gives a first model, where for saying that you say multidisciplinary immersive learning, experiential learning. So what we have done as a solution, and where I am happy to say that in the last 20 years, though I blame the industry, we have created about 100 industry-based labs. We have created, complete, new courses, curriculum, and experiential learning provision with choice-based credit. So before this, I just want to say one sentence. See, we have lost the industrial manufacturing bus. We lost the semiconductor bus. We lost even the IT because we are only in the no education, or again, known answers, known questions, not even thinking of anything. IT brought in the provision for innovation. People started talking about innovation, and somewhere some confidence gained, and that's where all the startup ecosystem has come. But deep tech again doesn't happen because there is no ecosystem. I mean, no venture capital is funding. He's only funding for scale up. Okay, and we'll leave it aside. But academic, we have the provision. So what we have missed is, now that AI for once gives us one more opportunity. Oh, sorry.
Some echo is happening.
I don't know. Okay, I'll close my speaker. The AI gives us, please show me when I have to stop. The AI gives us one more opportunity for once, not to only look at it as annihilation, but true augmentation of our capability, because society 5.0, industry 5.0, and to enable it, the education 5.0 has to truly look at it human-centric. The developed world did AI because, I'll just finish one sentence. Said they did everything with the hope that they have capital, there are no people interested in STEM education, so they will move it to dark factories. Okay, but or dark hospitals, dark warehouses. Whereas for us, we have the responsibility of enabling the over 7 million rest of the developing world, and India is the crucible to enable that, augmenting AI capability to learning with immersive experiential learning, with an assessment matrix which looks at the knowledge quotient and which looks at the competence quotient and the characteristic quotient as integrated rubrics to bring in this ICAT provision is the key. And having done that, I can say that we have enabled students, just for the sheer lack of time, I'll not elaborate how and why, but we are starting it from the first semester to enable the student to get authentication of every learning in terms of his academic capability, mandate or add-on provision of skilling certification from professional agencies, and an integrated capability, as again Mr. Wadhwa rightly mentioned, not the knowledge and skill, but the whole of the remaining aspect he mentioned, immersive experiential learning, developing the values and the attitude for the jobs and the opportunities of the future by taking this knowledge and skill, and with the experiential learning ability to translational, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary requirements of the future, working as a team, developing holistically. So I think that we have created some process we'll be happy to share, but without that creating and all of, again, industry should not be talking about bridging gap. There's no time for bridging gap. Knowledge, likes, and skills have come down to 36 months. Product process, again, I repeat, 24 to 12, and skilling 12 to 3 months, depending on the domain. If we are not seamlessly working in collaboration, co-optation, and co-creation, perpetually we will lose the opportunity. But we have, for once in a time, the opportunity once again to be a global leader, because India is the crucible for both the developing world and the developed world, because both of them have issues.
No, Prof, I'm going to interrupt here, and I'm going to cash on one point, right? While we know that the larger picture needs to be so, but the individual components need to be addressed at the micro level, right? Now, when I talk about the individual component, I'm talking about the individual per se already.
Just 1 second for interrupting. The individual component is where it is student-centric. When the project-based learning, you make it student-centric. And again, as also rightly mentioned, look at the student's aspiration and passion. Link it to one more sentence is, you see, one is education for, professional or for profit. And that's getting some job and a salary. Other is the student has some unique competences. There he has a proficiency. But then there is something about this, a passion. So how do we link all of them? Because today we need to excel to change at pace. So this profession, proficiency, and passion have to be interlinked. And that is the opportunity, as you rightly said, with individual-centric and personal orientation change. And again, one last point. See, from time immemorial, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, in the age of AI, you say you have to learn prompt engineering. It was always Prashna and Tarka. And knowledge was ultimate, where it was said Prajnanam Brahma. And again, everything is again linking to Indian knowledge system of sustainability. Again, is inherent process. Only now the world is developing, linking to sustainable development. But you see, the key is, it says anything can be learned, internalized, and personalized within one mandala or 14 days. But planned delivery with outcome and assessment. Those are the key, irrespective of the internal outcome and assessment, well planned and integrated, it can happen. Sorry. Yeah.
No, see, you've touched on the whole institutional process, right? Where all the way from assessment to imparting learning and the immersive aspect of it. Now, as much as I'm looking at as an institution, when we talk about IACT, I act. That's why it was consciously framed as I act. I have to act, right? So that's why it's I act, right? So now, in the IACT, we are looking at which institution should own what of it, or should it own all of it? That's a question, because everybody's job is nobody's job.
Overview is the only way. There is no time for left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing.
We all know that everybody's job is no job. So if we can say that this is the ownership we have to look at, then we can start looking at what are the strategies and implementation models. Now, I'm going to have the same question to Ashish. Yes.
Your preference. So in the IACT map, I would like to focus more on adaptability, because technical skills can be gained, your cognitive skills can be assessed, but the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn and work with AI in this fast-paced world is something yet to be done. Because today, the workplace is changing faster than a curriculum. This is very, very important. We all have to understand. The workplace is changing faster than a curriculum. And today,
the reason why it is changing is because they have to show a competitive advantage. Otherwise, they are not in the market.
Yes, I get that. I agree with that. And what is important is because AI is just not changing jobs, it is also redefining jobs. Today, when we talk about adaptability, as in your PPT, you mentioned that, of course, as per the World Economic Forum, more than 39% of the core skills are going to change in the by 2030, just 4 years down the lane. And more than 63% of employers, this is again as per World Economic Forum report, more than 63% of employers globally feel that the skill set mismatch is one of the biggest barrier to business transformation. So the point over here is, if we do not train our students for the future, what are we all sitting and doing? The Dell report says that more than 85% of the jobs.
I'm going to push this a little bit, Ashish. So when you're looking at the skill set gap, right now, for the unknown times, where the skill required then is itself not defined yet.
Absolutely.
All right. So all that we have is a human system to deal with.
Correct.
Right now, all that is required to be learned or that is required to be acquired in coming times is yet to be defined, and it will be defined in coming times. So that's where the torchlight is.
Correct.
Right. While we have left the sunlight out, we have been focusing more on the torchlight.
Yes.
And trying to see the future through the torchlight.
Absolutely.
All right. That's exactly my problem is. My issue here is that as an education system, are we trying to say that, okay, the future I'm going to build, but then the future is building itself in some way. And suddenly I say that, okay, that's a phase shift. You and I can talk together. But then the transition is happening and we humans are getting into it because we are the ones who are creating it, right? So the problem has to be very clearly understood that if the individual has to be toned to a particular cause, we have to work on that, right? If we don't, then nobody's going to solve this problem. The problem is going to get exaggerated, and then eventually, possibly, we don't want a singularity times where machines take over. We really don't want that, right? We are paving way for it, if that is the case.
Just to add one thing, Prof. Anand, that's exactly the reason why I was focusing more on adaptability, because I think the future graduates are not the ones, the successful graduates will not be the ones who know everything. The graduates will be the ones who can learn, relearn, and unlearn. Because this Dell Technology report says 85% of jobs which have been 2030 don't exist as of today. So
okay,
what are you talking about?
I'm going to turn this around. Okay, I'm going to turn this around and have a kind of a rapid fire to all of you on this. Okay. Now in this, I'm just going to take this for IACT. It's not very complex. IACT, interpersonal, adaptability, cognitive, and technical. All right. Now, which cluster? These are clusters, right? Is your sector most failing to develop, and why?
Why?
Dr. Joshi, you want to, or Samir, you want to?
Yeah, okay.
I think
the way from my vantage point,
I'm sorry, just a sec.
Adaptability is one big one.
Some echo is happening. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you, but there's an echo in there. Yeah.
Think. Do I try to log in again?
Yeah, it's echoing. It's echoing. If somebody's using a speaker or any,
I think the mobile and laptop are both mobile.
I'm hearing you really like ethereal voice. Can everybody mute and then we unmute? Just trying to.
I think by mistake Samir has logged into through two devices.
Sorry?
Maybe
Samir, you have logged into two devices, are you?
I think I see two windows. If you can possibly exit one.
No, mine is only one.
Okay, so yeah, there are two logins. I think one I'll try to disable the other one.
Can we stop one of the windows volume? mute one of the windows volume
One of the Windows volume. The Windows volume.
of Dr. Samir.
Let me check.
Check. Check. Check. Check.
So we're having a technological resilience now.
Or maybe we could go to some other speaker in the interest of time. I'm just
Yeah. Purushottam, you want to mention?
Yeah, I think if the question was around which of the cluster, I would go with adaptability. And that is mostly coming from the perspective that if you map various skill sets, and that's also our own forums study, the lifespan of a skill is reducing significantly. And like we could say that, okay, fine, I'm learning the medical skills in a particular domain. But now, if you really see, you can acquire many of these skills much faster, but then you will become irrelevant if you don't kind of renovate on those. So it has reduced significantly. I think 18 months is the lifespan of a skill now. I think unless you renovate, adapt yourself, and become much more like kind of resilient or agile in this new world, you will be left behind. Whether you are a part of, like you are a student, or whether you are moving over to whether in part of the industry, you need to keep renovating or re-innovating yourself.
Perfect. Thank you. Dr. Joshi?
Yes, so in fact, I'll just start with one of the example which most of us will correlate very well, that every house we have energy meters, and this is our company also manufactures. I think we have all seen there was an analog meter who used to measure the unit of consumption, and then we moved to a digital meters very recently. But if you notice in last 5 years, I think the transition from digital meters to smart meters has evolved so fast. There is no analog meters, and the digital meters are also going away. So what does it mean? Industries have quickly adopted those technology very fast, because technologies will continuously getting obsolete and new technology will come. I think this is the extent that our organization displayed that, okay, we adopt this smart meter technology and contribute to the government mission to have the full-fledged smart meter across. But with this process, I think adaptability is another area which is very, very important. That is more from our the technical capability that we have inside the organization, from that R&D engineer who really designed those smart meters, digital meters. And when we have that ratio earlier, it was like 60-40, and today it is almost 100% smart meters. And in this process, we did not reduce any headcount from the R&D team. It is just people, their adaptability, their capability, agility, who quickly shift from digital technology skill set to a smart meter skill set. I think in organization, I think adopting technology is very faster. However, adaptability is an area which we need more focus to really catch up with the technology change. But same scenario, if we are moving digital to the smart meter technology where IoT or all communication things are there. Similarly, in academia, have you also moved from an analog syllabus to a smart meter syllabus? So this needs to be reflected, because the new people who are getting into the force, they will be really working on the smart meters, not the digital or analog meters.
Can I just, as an only academic, say about the academic transition we have tried to do, current practicing academics? The key is, as rightly mentioned by everybody, adaptability. Change is the only constant, and therefore adaptability is the only way. But then the adaptability can only come, again, as you said in the beginning, from immersive experiential learning. And that is where, as I said in the beginning, 3 types of regular credits, skill not introduced in the syllabus permanently for 5 years. Every lesson plan in a given semester brings in the concurrent new emerging skill for the subjects that are being learned, so that you get a skill certification, and mandatorily create a portfolio in terms of the project-based activity in the assignment provision of the semester, with all the teachers working together, not independently in each semester subject in a given semester, is where you create a portfolio. And when you do this, depending on the program, whether it's a 2-year masters or 4-semester, 3-year program, 6 semesters, or 4-year or 5-year. So you have 4, 6, 8 portfolio of outcome of diverse emerging scenarios. And as rightly mentioned by all, Dr. Ashish, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Vadwan, and also Dr. Purushottam, they truly get multiple emerging scenario-based use of the knowledge. As I said, to know, to understand, to use it, and to an emerging scenario with a systems overview, with adaptability is the change. And that's what we have created. And just to go one step further, one more sentence, as a new university, and to truly be able to adapt to the change in every domain, because we are a multidisciplinary university teaching engineering, medical, life science, pharma, physiotherapy, nursing, agriculture, to everything under one roof, from design and communication or journalism to multimedia. So economics, commerce, what we have today done, I know, is that today we have invested in an enterprise class AI, so that anything that you want to work in AI, from aerospace to agricultural, environment to apparel, analytics to automation, you can work on that. And to go beyond the AI, deep learning, or some amount of two-dimensional experience in terms of digital twinning or omniverse, you can go beyond that with a spatial provision under AR, VR, XR, whether working with Dassault, working with Schneider, or working with Bosch Rexroth, working with Siemens, in specific domains, to experience it further and actually make it through AI and robotics, again with end-to-end provision, whether it's a quadruped, a humanoid, AR, say electrical mobility to air drones, and again a maker space to actually implement them, which can even do low volume production besides proof of concept. So we have multidisciplinary every semester, and this provision is such that I may go foolishly to say that from TRL 1 to TRL 9, for any company, startup or MNC, can work with them, with our pool of about 13,000 students, 1,000 faculty, or a DSI institution, 40,000 students or 2,500 faculty. And the added benefit beyond TRL 9 of developing, because that is a 4 to 7 is a big challenge, and it takes a lot of time, effort, and the pace at which everybody has agreed change is happening. We cannot afford having bridge courses. The industry has to seamlessly work, just like any Scandinavian country, just like Taiwan, just like Korea, South Korea, just like Japan, and of course US universities, with the academic institution from a concept stage itself, with appropriate NDA, MOU, and that is what we have created to be truly ready for this adaptability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Samir, please.
So quickly, I'll talk about what is adaptability. I think that's because of the industry in which we are in, the speed of change is far rapid than the speed of skilling. And that's really creating a problem, because I think we are always in the catch-up mode. And that's where I think a very intensive investment in the learning management systems. You can learn anywhere, anytime, from any place at your time, is what is more important. And that also includes the technological interventions through handheld for a front-end staff, the person who's in the shop floor or who's in the shop selling a product. So a micro-learning, which is small bits of learning you're conveying every day. And then the whole focus is continuous learning process and learning mindset, which is very important. It's very difficult to sustain that. I think that's the big challenge. We are a commercial organization. We are accountable for the growth of the company and the revenue of the shareholders. So you have business results at the same time. How we make sure the culture is a learning culture in the organization, that you keep on upgrading that yourself. I think that's a very industry-wide issue. So that's one aspect, I think. And a lot of work has been done with Skill Development Council of Electronics Industry, NSTC, and Skill Development Council, Sectoral Council. And industry has worked together with the curriculum and keep on upgrading that. I think academia can really contribute a lot there. Last count I remember was about 8 to 9 institutions, in the different cities taking that up. I think there's a lot you can pick it up from there. Second is very interesting. One is more from emerging technology, that's a cognitive. I think as AI is getting, embedded in the workflow, the work design is changing, which is changing the whole work role. And our ability to, move into next higher level of thinking, higher value-added thinking, how we create the value in the new defined role is definitely a struggle. I think things like data analytics and job reporting and all getting taken care of, how I convert that insights into wisdom and really help the business to grow. It's a struggle. I think that will be a merging challenge. And I'll see that this is one capability. Definitely, we will struggle in the coming years and we need to focus a lot on that.
The best part, I'm just trying to put it all collectively together, but there's so much of knowledge that has come through, which all of you have shared here, particularly for this question on which of these in the 4 clusters you'll be focusing on. starting from adaptability to now the cognitive, what you're talking. See, when I'm looking at as an academician, now at scale, if I'm looking at the academic world, then it's about percentages. It's a normalized number, right? But then if I look at it as a teacher, in a class, every student, every individual matters to me, right? Now for me, for that individual to get somewhere in the career zone, or get employable ready, or employment ready, or employable, the ability to get employed, what do I need to do? Which of these in the IAC is the student lacking, so that I am able to give that particular help in terms of mentorship, counseling, in whatever way, so that the learner comes out of it and then says that, okay, I'm ready. I'm now ready for the world. Right? See, we have to sort the apples one on one. It is not going to be a mass automation. That's where I think the academia is failing in a big way. Right? So what I'm saying, particularly in India, now, as much as Professor Satya was mentioning, as much as I've seen the world, we have taught elsewhere as well across the world, we see that the numbers are smaller in classrooms to handle elsewhere. But here in India, the numbers are large. And the institutional aspiration is so high that the numbers are not having boundaries. Vis-a-vis the teaching fraternity, who are getting unloaded with so much of information download that they need to do, that they are not able to give due appropriate attention to the individual who is actually getting made through this process. Right? Now that's my concern, and that's the reason why this question was very poignant, particularly looking at how, because yes, industries, the moment industries take, not all, it takes a percentage, and you're looking at that percentage whom I have absorbed. Are they from this institution performing? Are they willing to adapt? Are they willing to relearn? Are they sensitive to the needs of the immediate surrounding and aligned to the organization? That's what you're looking at. Now, it's interesting, this question was polled to all the audience who are listening, and we have the poll results just come out. I'm just reading it. Now, which IAC cluster does your institution or organization underinvest in most? Okay, this was consciously framed so. Which is your institution underinvesting in most, right? Now, 33% mention in interpersonal and cognitive, there's the underinvestment. All right. Now, 22% say in adaptability, they are not underinvesting. I can actually read through this through a psychological lens of psychology, because you're prone to all these things that you're naturally adaptable in some way in the system, right? You're trying to navigate your way through the marks and the remarks, so that you're becoming relevant at the final year. Right? Only 11% have mentioned the technical is underinvested. Now that speaks volumes. This numbers speak volumes. This is from the ground. Now, 2,000 plus people have responded to this, which is good. Now, so looking at this, looking at how we have looked at the adaptability and the cognitive aspect, and then comes the interpersonal. I'm going to open this further. The placement rates which are being published in the institutional website, which I just asked Ashish about, it's actually measuring some kind of readiness, or is it measuring something else entirely? Let's be honest about the gap in the institution's report, on their own report, publishing, because I'm an institutional head. I know what happens inside, and I'm sure Professor Satya also knows. I'm sure all the readers knows, but nobody wants to bell the cat. Nobody wants to speak about it, right? Now, that's why we wanted to have a forum where we are candid about it. We need to be candid about it. And unless we are candid about it, the problem statement is not defined. It's still ill-defined, right? Is the placement projection going to define an institution? And well, let's say Dr. Joshi from Schneider say that, okay, I have a good placement rate here. Let me go to this institution. Would you take a call like that? Joshi, you're not audible.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was on mute. So typically the way we look at it, the right fit for our organization, and typically every year we hire almost 400 plus diploma and graduate engineering students, and for more than 120 engineering colleges across the country. We have focused on diversity from geography, all across the country, gender and all that. So we look at all those things, and at the same time, the students also go through the psychometric assessment, which talks about their mental agility to really fit to work in a work environment. We don't take their engineering test because we know they are coming with the right set of knowledge and mathematical ability. It's just
Attitude is given.
aspects of it, whether they fit into this. Placement rate, it's good to have credibility of any institution because that's the demand which it gives a very positive image about the organization. But for us, it is more important is the fitment to our kind of scenario, our kind of environment, and that matters a lot. And we also look at, okay, from where tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, we have all kind of needs in the organization because we are also geographically spread all across the country. So it is not that we go to a particular set of colleges to get because of their placement rate is good, but actually it's more right fitment for our organization because our scale is very huge.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. Now you do a psychometric and then you trying to find a cultural alignment there in some way so that the attitude remains aligned to the organizational culture, right? Now, with the current generation, okay, when I say current generation, with the want of phrase, I will still use Gen Z, right? And the Gen Alpha for the want of phrase. So, but then, so when we look at this generation, which is looking at instant gratification, right? The turnaround is also going to be higher. As much as you do the psychometric and then absorb them in, the turnaround is also higher. We have some numbers, which is 45%. I just showed you in the slide. The 45%, overall turnaround is big numbers in organizations, right? And I heard from one another very reputed organization that approx per individual, per recruitee, they are spending about 15 lakhs. And in 3 months, the turnaround the attrition is going to be higher, and that's gone, right? So as an organization, when you do the modeling and then you think you're taking an informed decision, but then the informed decision somewhere fails, right? What's going wrong? Something is not happening as planned. Samir?
So I think I'll just take on from where Dr. Joshi was talking about how placement. The placement score does give me a reassurance. But what is, when I look at the CHR, I should look at my success personas. Who have been the people last 2, 3, 4 years, how have been top performers from what colleges they are in and what persona they bring in. And that's what gives me a more, you can say, investment option, if I use that word, where to build my relationship for my talent needs. So I think, while from an institution's perspective, placement and placement data and average salary definitely is gratifying for them to attract the student. From an industry perspective, picking a person and how valuable they have been to the corporation last 2 to 3 years journey is what is more defining. And that's a very, very critical aspect. And that's where I think I fit in a screening mechanism like psychometric, coming in, and that's important. Second aspect is the way I think we look at internships. I'm very open, and that's what I advise, and we have done that in my corporate where I was serving. No internship is less than 8 weeks to 12 weeks. And we have people working on live business cases. So it gives me two things. It gives us better to the longer time to evaluate somebody. It's not a 4-week internship. It's 8 to 12 weeks internship. And it also gives us a perspective on a live business case. When somebody is working, we are looking at the grasping part. We are looking at the application of the concepts they have learned on a problem where we don't have time in the corporate to think about right now. We're looking at the creativity. We are looking at them for reaching out to the talents and experts within the organization, their interpersonal skills to be able to connect and bring in the solutions. I think the way we are looking at providing the exposure to the students and have them get exposed to a work environment to a large extent is work for us. I used to hire 1,000 to 1,200 engineers every year from my 3 R&D centers and 2 factories. And my attrition rate was always less than the industry average. And what
So that's a conscious intervention. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were hiring people, and we used to have 70 to 80% hire used to be our PPOs, the pre-placement officers. The guys spent time with us. We learned them, they learned us, and we hired them. So you walk in with an open mind, you walk in with what you would expect in the organization. You have seen the good and bad sides of your organization. And students make a choice, and we make a choice because this is a cultural fit we are looking at, and we have seen that. I think it requires a little bit of investment, both from the corporation in terms of creating the opportunities where you create a long-term internships and long-term exposure to the work opportunities you can offer to the students. And it requires a very different perspective from the academics, not to look at only placements, but look for a more meaningful long-term value-added relationship by tracking the students, how have been they successful, and trying to use that success persona for furthering those relationships.
Perfect. So this is exactly what I was mentioning about the assessment post impact. That's going to give out the sustainability model. Going forward. So I'm going to catch this of what you mentioned. Again, we are pressed for time, but then I'm going to direct this to Purushottam here. See AI systems now. When I was taking care of the Dani University as vice chancellor, we had looked at partnering with Skillsoft. Skillsoft came out with a model where the AI systems were still developing, training the managers. Training the managers not behave like authoritative ones, but then teaching them empathy, for example. Right now I was really having fun with it. Teaching a machine is going to teach empathy to a human. That's interesting, right? I thought it should be the other way. But then, the psychological pattern recognition actually derives a pattern out of you and says that, okay, this is exactly your failing. Why don't you try this in your system? And if you try it, it works, then that's a win for you. And then that little appreciation can make you better, right? When systems are getting like that, now what about my graduates? Now my graduates are very raw, right? Now they're coming. Well, as Samir was mentioning, 8 weeks of internships, let's say OJT is happening, all that is good, right? But in spite of that, there is a gap, which AI will eventually, make it non-bridgeable, if I would say, right? Now, what kind of minds should I produce who will get complemented by AI and enhance further than actually get deprived by this AI's presence? You?
Yeah, no, very interesting question. And most of these conversations happen even in Davos when you get these stakeholders together. You really need for future. In this AI world where everything is like cognitive is already being done, lots of creativity part is being done by AI. So what do you really need from a future? Like how will you shape your own child?
Absolutely.
In future is a bigger question. Like all of us could be debating that here. See, the bigger gap is obviously going to be more around like how do you build trust, and machines will have their own challenges with building a trust because you'll never be able to reach that level. Ethical reasoning is going to be a big challenge as well. Dealing with ambiguity is going to be a big challenge because most of it is right now what you see AI is all statistics. Like you do a probability analytics and then you figure out like, okay, what is the most likely scenario of a next word, next pixel, next number, whatever it is, it's based on statistics. So it's not really based on the human, how neurons are actually designed in a sense of what a human should look like. Now, I think the best case here could be, and what I could possibly see as in how do we move ahead, is within this room. I think what Dr. Joshi and Samir mentioned about like their needs when they have been operating as CHROs within their organization is more like an ideal personas. How an ideal persona would like to be visualized, and how do you reflect them this whole maths of creating those ideal personas back into the university. If somehow beside our degrees or our so-called transcripts, academic transcripts that universities are giving, if there could be a framework or there could be an industry benchmark, which is basically based on a combination of what Joshi and Samir described. And when someone is coming out, they should also be possibly carrying the transcript that, okay, how my skills are right now. And you can track them on a semester by semester basis as they come in for a year 1, 2 years. There is no point in like just doing it in the last 4 semester, 8 semester, saying, oh, why don't you just do a psychometry test here, when he has not even worked on those personas all through his 4 years. So it should be that instead of like looking at only the academic, like I would have done maybe all semesters I came first, but then I realized that I may not be the most amazing candidate when I was appearing for interviews in organizations, and possibly someone who was at 60% rating was most possibly the most adept at those kind of interviews or organizations. So that's where the gap we need to fill. If somehow industry can work out and can create those industry benchmarks tests, which could be tracked on a beside every academic ranking or academic rating that we do today, also rank the skills, the whole persona-based employability of future, and it should be very dynamic. It cannot be static, because the way the world is moving, it cannot be that static, and students should know that they have to also keep evolving as they move ahead in their otherwise it's a bad ROI. I can tell you in many of the institutions, Ms. Samir can validate, degrees may not be even relevant. We may not like, why would you hire for a person who possibly just comes without skills and invested his 4 years, and that to his peak of 4 years, from 18 years to 22 years? Why would somebody invest his time and money in those skills which may not be relevant for the real world?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. See, my video is getting frozen. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, my system suddenly got froze. So I was just wondering whether I'm in or is it timed out. Okay, perfect, Purushottam. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, you have again reinforced the factor that, the persona, but a continuous monitoring of the persona development, not at the time when the camera clicks, but it should be, continuous, which actually makes for authenticity to prevail, so that the sustained culture can be maintained, right? Now, okay, I'm looking at the clock, 12:57. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to a conclusion question here before we take questions. We have questions, a list of questions actually, right? So let me see. But one concluding question to everyone here. Now, each one of you, if you can share one concrete testable commitment, something your institution or organization will actually do different in the next 12 months, which is a year, because of today's conversation. Or, we have talked everything which we know, and then nothing is going to change. Either way. Yes, Ashish.
Sure. So I would say I would like to move from the focus from measuring placement to measuring employability. And actually, we already started a project wherein we are focusing on AI-enabled, AI-enabled index, employability index, where you're trying to understand how is a graduate's journey right after employment, 6 months and 12 months, because that will, as an institution, it will help us to understand who just got the job, who's really prepared for it, and who is flourishing. So the point is to track the journey of the graduate for the next 4-5 years post-employment. So that will give us a very critical information as an education institution, which are the skill set we should be focusing, where are the skill set which our students are lacking, and what kind of culture we should be driving to ensure that these graduates are employable and they have skills which are going to help them lifelong to continue their employment, not a one-time employment.
Okay, fair. Thank you. Yes, Professor.
Okay. First of all, I think it has been a wonderful conversation, and I would like to first apologize that maybe I was too fast for anybody's comfort of the holistic view I was trying to convey, but I'm happy to learn that in principle, we are trying to find solution for many of the things mentioned. I can say with great confidence that we are now creating a whole framework for industry, academia to government policy planners working together to find solutions of the future, which has never been done in an Indian context, or it's even equally enabling for the whole global South. And we have both created infrastructure. We are trained partly our people. We hope industry comes on board, and so we collectively create our provision for, because India today is not an inevitable partner in any global value chain, except for human resource for service after somebody has designed something. So to do that, intellectual ideas enabled futuristic problem solving with sustainability, circularity, net zero, along with AI, seamlessly building each a guardrail for the other or an enabler for the other. We have created a unique framework. And so we believe if industry come on board, we'll be able to deliver Atmanirbhar India with self-reliance and technology leadership once again. Thank you very much.
Prof, in 6 months' time, when we're going to meet again, I'm going to catch on this question. on how we're going to be doing. Yes, Samir?
I think I agree with Ashish. I think I'll be looking forward to a job readiness framework reflecting the demonstrated capabilities. It's more like, I think, what Niti Aayog just now mentioned about digital skill passport, that concept. I think that'll be good. Personally, I would love to see bring practitioners into the academia, into the classroom, and take faculty to the companies.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, ideally, that has worked. Those models have worked in the West. Like,
yes,
for example,
adjunct professors and professors of practice, I think, is very under-leveraged platform right now for here. And also the joint research with academia and having professors working inside along with the practitioners and managers and technocrats. I think that's the area where we can do hell a lot.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of knowledge transfer happens, and a lot of exposure to the faculty, which is going to influence the students, is important.
No, the assessment matrix as a whole has to translate into something of impact focused than just marks focused. Then all this will happen as we speak. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Joshi.
Yeah, so as an organization, I think we are fully committed in terms of further strengthening our partnership with the academia in terms of inducting the fresh graduates from the college. Because as an organization also and as an industry, and I personally believe that it's very difficult to get lateral hires and talents from the market directly. I think the homegrown, which is your hiring from campuses and grooming them and building that bench for future leadership pipeline is the superb model of growing homegrown talents. I think this needs to be further strengthened through right internship opportunities, project-based learning, and also some partners through for research work and other thing. So this is going to be further strengthened in way forward.
No, perfect. You know what? As much as we are trying to address the elephant in the room, which is the mind and the way it operates, right? While we don't phrase it so, we are dealing with individuals and minds, right? And that's what we're trying to deal with, which is the elephant in the room. So I thought I better call it out because we want to call the spade a spade, right? Now, when that be the case, I'm just looking at why not have a persona index in your mark sheets than just the marks, which are a representation of what you know. Why don't you have an index of who you are? Now I'm just spelling this out as I speak, because I've tried during my term as the institutional head to put these indices and then get the parents involved in some way, wherein motivation happens to the students as much as the others, So just a thought that we have to address the persona in the coming times as per the World Economic Forum report, as much as our own research which has come out. Now, how do we do it? What should we do to do it to get it there? Now, I leave it to you, because this is a series we are starting. So this is not the end. This will lead to a report release, a full report release, as I was telling in my lecture today. And we will be taking this as at least a quarterly series leading to a physical meet somewhere in the country, in the zone, in different parts of the country, it's northwest, east zones, and the central zone, to address this at scale, because we want the threshold of minds to come together to operationalize this. Because now we have 5 minds who are talking about this here. 5 to 6 people who are talking about this here, while we have a great audience there who is listening carefully, who are also wanting to contribute. I think there's a hands up here already, and so many polls are here. They have responded. I have not talked about the polls, but I think Professor Satish Sinha is wanting to ask a question. Can we allow him to talk? Professor Sinha, I'm able to see you. Yeah. Okay. His audio is getting on. So Zoho is thinking about it every time. When we enable somebody's audio, it's like it's going. Yeah, Professor Sinha, am I audible? Hello. No. Okay. Professor Sinha, if you're not able to speak or hear us, I'm not sure what I'm communicating here. If I'm not able to hear us, then I cannot communicate to you. But then, team, can you please put a chat message saying that you can as well put the question in the chat, right? So Professor Gangappa is here. He's having some questions as well. I'm enabling his audio too. Before we read the questions which has come in the chat or question box. Okay, so as the audio gets, Professor Gangappa, your audio is enabled. You can actually speak. Your hand raised. Hello. Fair enough. While they get ready, I'll pitch this question. Professor Satya, there's a question for you. What is the single hardest internal resistance you have faced in shifting faculty mindset from content delivery to persona building?
I think the answer is very obvious. Any change in academic system is very tough. So the way we had to do
the question is very specific. In shifting faculty mindset from content delivery to persona building.
That is where I said, when we brought in immersive experiential learning, and I said foundational characteristic and competence building rubrics, the faculty had to be equally trained for holistic assessment, and especially not with individual. That's why we said it's a whole platform. I mean, faculty of, all the faculty together collectively doing it, so that more effective persona building can happen, because one faculty might be good in psychological capability, one will be good in technological capability for that problem. So to ensure holistics, persona building, and because there were huge competence limitations of individual faculty to do it subject wise, is the reason experiential learning and collective assessment, so that biases can be removed, better feedback can be given, is what we had created, without showcasing anybody saying you're incompetent, but individually enabling both the student, because we're in the age of learners, both are learning on the job. How do we work collectively to all the scenario based complex changes that are happening, or how do we adapt to dynamic changes with speed? That's where it started. It was mutual orientation independently to faculty in this whole assessment methodology of assessment for outcomes, with all the to not just foundational or not competence cannot be built without the characteristic and the foundation in an integrated systems overview. So that is where we have tried. Somewhere we are partially successful, but a long way to go.
A long way to go. Agree. Point taken. Purushottam, there's a question for you on this. The World Economic Forum Future Jobs Research points to rapid skills obsolescence. Does a persona-first model like IACT, age better than a purely technical one as AI accelerates the timeline? Can I repeat the question? So the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Research points to rapid skills obsolescence. Does a persona-first model like IACT age better than a purely technical one as AI accelerates that timeline?
Yeah, I think that's what I was pointing towards, that the lifespan of a skill is likely to get reduced. And pretty much most of the skills that we are seeing, anyway, we have in our report, we said 40% of these skills are anyway going to get outdated and will be replaced with new skills. And same would be the job pattern. Now, the persona part, which we say IACT, ideally, as I was pointing out, should be coming in from the real stakeholders who are going to be employers. Ideally, if they can help build a persona and the kind of metrics that you are building up, like a mark sheet, pretty much like what we have as an academic mark sheet, and similarly a persona mark sheet on semester by semester
Objective
basis.
assessment of,
That should be coming in as a common contribution from the industry, who are the final employers. And they should be building it. And it should not be just coming in from a government, maybe their own assessment. And it should be dynamic. It should be dynamically changing depending again on what the industry needs are. And that should be a continuous evaluation. And maybe to your question, I think even if in the phase one, if we can identify those 50 universities who possibly can adopt such a thing, and then can experiment with others as we scale, would be a better way to move ahead. Then we keep maybe possibly debating this endlessly. And then that's going to be much more productive, especially in
fine tune. Absolutely. Fine tuning will become necessity then. Till we implement it, we will only be starters. I agree.
Yeah.
Perfect. Dr. Joshi, there is one question for you. As automation reshapes entry-level technical roles at Schneider Electric, okay, I think we answered this in some way.
Yeah, I think we've already discussed this. Yes.
Which of the 4 IAC clusters is becoming more valuable? Okay, fair enough. There's one more question here. What does your organization's L&D spend on freshers look like today compared to 5 years ago? And what does that trend tell us?
No, I think it's continuously increasing because the way we are growing, we have an expansion 3x ambition in terms of growth perspective. So we need more people in the organization, and the way the technologies are evolving, the applications are evolving. I think we need to invest a lot in terms of making our people ready for future. So at the same time, I mentioned that every year we are hiring 400 plus graduates, diploma from campuses. So we spend huge in terms of their training, making them ready for our jobs. And it's a continuous process, and it is going to be the way the growth projections are. Hope the geopolitical scenario or the Indian scenario market is remain progressive. I think things would continue to evolve, and the learning spend will continue to be there along with the business.
Fair enough. Thank you. Professor Gangappa, you wanted to ask something. You came on board.
Yes, bro. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. But my observation is, as much as we talk about employability and employment, we should also be in a position to connect. It's a good concept. Connect curriculum structure with the industry needs. There should be a continuous discussions. Whether you talk about the forums or any discussion panels between these two structures, then only it is possible we can assess the readiness into the structure, so that this employability and employment concepts will be very successful in my idea.
Absolutely. And that's where we have the Board of Studies and the Academic Council, where the representatives of industries are supposed to be there. But then the industry in the classroom and the classroom in the industry, just like Samir was mentioning, that should bridge the gap. But then, we all know it. The point with, particularly we in India, is that we know everything. But the point here is the translation for transformation is not happening.
Yes.
Because that brings tangibility. If tangibility is there, that's when we talk about transformation, right? Now, because now 2 days back I was in an AI summit, a national AI summit in a QS had organized, and we were talking quite a bit. In fact, we had released an article as well. So it's like I'm amazed to see that the kind of informative knowledge that we have. I'm seriously amazed. You know, I don't get to hear such a thing when I go for an international meet elsewhere, where people say that, okay, this is what I've done, this is my experience, and this is what is happening. So that there are specifics, right? But then the just informative overload itself possibly is not translating, and that's exactly what we are trying to break. We need to know, we need to, I would say, will to break that what we know should translate, so that the tangible transformation is visible in the world, right? And that's when actually we start building the country in the right manner. Well, that's my take. I'll open it to the panelists to respond.
Thank you very much.
May I add to what you said? My experience has been is in AIACT model, you're talking about 25% technical. My experience sitting on the academic councils or the curriculum committees of some of the management schools is that we are so much caught up into domain expertise. Our ability to look beyond that, I think, gets limited.
Yeah.
You can only compress this much into curriculum.
Yes.
That's heavily dominated by the domain expertise and not by, as we said, success factors for that domain to flourish in the industry.
In fact, Samir, I didn't know whether I should talk about this, but then I'll spell it out anyway. Now we are actually testing out some things based on the IACT framework on the curricula being looked through the IACT lens. Now, even a topic on a MOSFET, semiconductor device could actually be looked through the IACT lens, right? And then the model of engagement of the learners could actually come through various assessment models, which actually brings out their various persona traits. And then the faculty who is engaging, or the team of faculty who is engaging, can put an objective score for it. That's something which you're looking at, because the word pedagogy itself is wrong in the institutions we are using. Pedagogy is only for the children, right? Instructional. I'm very worried about it, right? It should be facilitational, andragogy, or
Andragogy is only.
pedagogy, self-learners.
Immersive experiential learning should enable it. I just want to add here one quick point. You see, we all are forgetting still that we are a university in the business of knowledge creation, comprehension, and dissemination, and not just advocacy or parity. And therefore, research has to really look and see the industry and us, as everybody has rightly said, have to collaborate. But universities with lesser constraint, we need to create knowledge outcomes which they get excited to come on board, because they have more constraints than us any day. I have no denying that. That is where I think as academics, we have completely failed. I don't go into all the reasons. We have said many things. So that is where, as we said, when we said today, we have invested in everything from AI to AR, VR, XR to AI, robotics, maker space for mechanical, electronic, mechatronics to APIs in an integrated way, and giving every student every semester multidisciplinary assignment so that the andragogy can come in. Industry can come with their problems or whatever they are struck, and with appropriate NDA, MOU, work with universities in the local ecosystem and then solve it. And the system integrators who are actually from the institute in the NDA, MOU will know actuals. Others will only do on functional modular blocks. And one last sentence is that is where, see, for example, if you just take a country like South Korea, in 2017, they clearly said vocation first, education next. Because they had 100% graduation, people were graduated, they were not. And today, skilling is adapting and changing so long. And as you said in the very beginning, and there are so much of non-formal jobs than formal jobs. They said, so you get into a vocation. And based on the vocation for everyday dynamic change, now you do micro nano credits, and now the NEP also says you can have academic bank of credits. So, and on the job, then link it to your passion, whether you want to become a technologist or a manager. And that is what NEP gives us. And we have created a platform. And I'm just adding that, for example, in a few weeks from now, National Skill Development Corporation, with the type of facility that 99% industry doesn't have, and no university has, that we have created. So they have now said they will be part of us with and the emerging skill sector to create new skilling, and we do train the training, and whether it's for L&D for industry or whether it is skilling for student at various level from 1 to 8. and the new framework, and see, and every document that we do, I think all of us in academics make sure we give both a vocational framework credit and the knowledge and credit, so that it's easily
Prof, I'm going to interrupt you here and possibly put this catch there. While the intention is all right, the faculty breed who are actually translating this intent into the conversion. That's exactly where the focus also needs to be on how we get on board that.
99% are incapable. Very sorry to say this. I mean, I'm part of
No,
that.
you know what?
We are learning on the job. All of us have to learn fast on the job.
I'm having a hard stop here. I'm having a hard stop here now because I'm being told that now the session is finishing. Right? We were supposed to finish at 1. Now that's great. That's a great deliberation that we have had. And I want to really catch up with this again. Now everything that we have mentioned is all in some way our AI note taker is already on it, so it will come out as a full publication in some way. You will get a copy of it along with the report, of course, but with also a caveat that what next, how are we going to really impact the ground with whatever deliberations that we have had. The audience will also be involved in the whole process, right? Now, having said that, now a big thank you for each of you for spending this very fruitful time with us to deliberate this very important topic at this time, because I felt that this is such an important topic for us to deliberate now. If not, it will be never. So it's better we deliberate it. Okay, so such a big thank you for each of you on that. Audience, you all get a certificate of participation, which, if you learned something, I'll be happy, but you inevitably get a certificate there. But I think the certificate doesn't come straight. I think when you exit the webconf, it will take you to a page where there's a test for you, okay, of what you understood from this whole deliberation. So it's a curated test. Each one is going to get a different thing, I suppose, right? So please attend to it. It should take you about 15 minutes, and then your certificate will be emailed to you. Okay. So I think with that note, again, thanks from bottom of my heart, and let me hand this over to the academic team for whatever final words which they are going to mention. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful.
Thank you once again to our keynote speakers, our 5 panelists, and to our moderator as well for being part of this National Employability Forum. The key takeaways from today's session were India's employability gap is structural, not cyclical, and it is nobody's it's not a single person's responsibility alone. The IACT Meta Intelligence Framework offers a shared map: interpersonal, adaptability, cognitive, technical. Each sector owns a quadrant. Third, persona accounts for 75% of sustained professional readiness, and competence the rest 25%. Fourth, institutional accountability should begin, not end, at the placement day. Fifth, AI raises the floor on routine work, which makes the human 75% matter more, not less. Our partners for today's entire forum were Association of Indian Universities as our knowledge partner, Dayanand Sagar University, our academic partner, Samskar Learning Academy, academic partner, and Zoho as our industry partner. Our thanks also to Dr. Paneer Selvam Madana Gopal, CEO, Meiti Startup Hub, setting the tone this morning with the inaugural address. This conversation does not end here. ACADNET will be developing this further with today's insights, drawing on the IACT Meta Intelligence Framework white paper published with Cambridge University Press. We invite all of you to contribute when you receive the invitation. Do not close your browser. Once we end the webinar, you shall be directed to a short assessment, and a certificate of participation will be made to those who qualify. For more information or to stay connected with ACADNET's work, write to us at events@acadnet.net. Reach us on WhatsApp at +91 944 04 78 549 or visit events.acadnet.net/HR/. Thank you all for joining the National Employability Forum. Together we build what comes after the degree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Signing off. Thank you.